sometimes.
No, Chris Cornell could be pretty intense too, especially on like there's certain songs where he's a little bit more intense, like Ty Cobb in the later album Down on the Upside. There he gets pretty intense and pretty in your face. Like one of the angriest songs I've ever heard.
Okay, so as let's get cranking. Let's get into the flow of the moment. I'm sitting here with dear brother Cosmic. And for those of you that don't know, I'll introduce him so long. Although most of you that are going to come and will be here will probably know him. But for those of you that are new, Cosmic is he's a long-standing member of the round table. He's been here since pretty much around the beginning. And he's a modern day John Dee, if you will. So he channels, and he channels with the Fae. So he's very connected to the elemental kingdom, these beings, the Fae. And so a lot of his information is originally deciphered, if I can use those terms. And he's just a really cool guy as well. You know, he's very, very, very stand-up, very solid, very together, very practically minded. And just an honor to have you on the show, dear brother Cosmic. Thank you for joining us. He's also well-founded in different occult therapies, therapeutic philosophies, and Western occult philosophy, cosmology, Cabalistic ideologies, such things as well. So he's got a background in other spheres as well. Thank you for joining us, dear brother. It's an honor. Do say a few words about yourself.
Yeah, you pretty much gave me a good sort of description there. So one of the things that I've been experimenting with lately is liminal spaces. So what I've been doing is I've been sort of like exploring around my town and trying to find like, you know, corners in certain areas where nobody walks, nobody goes. Like it's interesting that when we live in cities and towns, there are certain corners and certain areas that exists, but nobody traverses. They're just sort of there. And I find that if you kind of actively go into those spaces, that I think that that's kind of a portal for where the astral plane kind of intersects into our world, because it's like, if you think about certain sidewalks, it's like there's a kind of a current of like consciousness of people who inhabit that area, or people spend a lot of time in that area. But if there's a place where there isn't a lot of people hanging out or nobody goes there, it's almost like there's like a hole in reality, or sort of a portal opening, if you will, that allows other entities or energies to kind of enter through. So that's kind of like what I've been looking into lately. And I noticed that the conversation today is about the Enneagram. Let's hope it'd be awesome if Slick Dissident could show up, because he's like, that's pretty much his whole thing.
Hey guys.
Sorry, welcome, dear brother Indy Sage. And Indy Sage is another one of our long-standing members since pretty much the beginning as well. Also a really deep and profound character, just like Cosmic. He's very embedded within the shadow work, which obviously relates to these 9 emotions and these 9 cosmic aspects of ourselves. He's also studied anthropology very deeply, and he does a lot of local research where he lives. So the histories, ancient histories of the world and the ancient cultures are very close to his heart. Numerology, spiritual sciences from Eastern and Western sources. So he's got his fingers in a lot of pies, very much sort of like myself. You know, I'm a shaman, but I'm also from West and East. It's an absolute honor to have you, dear brother. Thank you for joining us, and say a few words. Welcome.
So glad to be here. And is my sound all right? I'm working with my phone right now. My computer is on the fritz. I don't know what's going on with it.
It sounds okay to me. What do you say, Cosmic? How's it on your end?
I think the audio is fine. Obviously, the visuals are a little blurry, but I can hear you all the well.
All right, I think I got my link on the computer now, finally. It was just acting weird. It would never load. I was like, I'm late, guys. Come on, computer.
Sometimes when you plug it in and it gets onto the charge, it's rolling. Now I'm confused.
This is my computer.
Which instance are we on? Okay. Your computer's looking good, brother.
Good. All right, sweet. All right, now I'm in. Awesome. So,
are you in on your computer? Okay, good.
Yes. As I was trying to say, this is gonna be a great show about the occult Enneagram in association with the 9 planetary archetypes, with all the 9 Enneagrams. I have done the Enneagram several times, and I know that, as mentioned earlier, Gabe is really the master of the Enneagram, and so it'd be nice to see him come in here, and I'm sure he'll be listening in, if not popping in later, because this is like his passion. It's really exciting, and I have my Enneagram readings available to me here. I'm gonna look into those, and as far as the planetary archetypes, I'm well familiar with those, and I'd like to do a quick breakthrough of the days of the week. We have Monday for Moon Day. We have Tuesday for 2, which is Mars. And then we have Wednesday, which is Miércoles in Spanish, which is Mercury. And then we have for Thursday, Thursday, which is Jupiter. Friday, Freya's Day, which is Venus. Saturday, of course, Saturn Day. And then Sunday, Day of the Sun. So I didn't know about that for a long time, and it was pretty exciting to me to know that the days of the week represent the planets. So that's just 7 of the celestial bodies. Now, they don't include a few of the planets. They don't have Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto there. But they do have the moon and the sun. Scrambling my words a little bit there. So it's interesting to see that exchange. Now, the ice moons, are the ice planets rather, and the gas giants. The gas giants have always been known to be in our solar system, but the ice giants were actually discovered fairly recently, after they were known of in the ancient times. They were lost for a while. And Pluto has been considered a dwarf planet because there have been several, at least 10 trans-Neptunian objects that have been discovered starting around the year 2000. People are well familiar with Eris and Sedna, but there's Orcus, there's several others. And I believe Eris comes closer than Pluto does. They're on a different plane of orbit from the rest of the planets, which aligns more with the comets and the supposed orbit of Nibiru. So it would explain why those dwarf planets are there if Nibiru had drawn them off course, if they were actually planetary moons that were swept up and brought into a different plane of orbit. Also, Nibiru likely goes through the Kuiper belt of the Oort cloud, dragging ice and debris with it, which would create comets. So there's a recent study that was done showing that scientifically there's a 1 in 100 chance that Nibiru can be attested to be responsible for all these gravitational anomalies in our solar system, and the fact that a lot of our planets have been knocked off kilter and orbit on a different axis. So there's a good chance, a probability that Nibiru is out there in a new study that they've done, I believe in England, is in great support of this. So this is pretty exciting news. Now, in 1991, when Nibiru was discovered and released in the newspaper headlines, I got a snapshot of that headline, but I have it in my documents in a folder, so I might have to dig for that. It's been hard to find that ever since, but I know that Nibiru was officially discovered and then covered up and denied afterwards in 1991. So this should be pretty interesting. But it's always a good talk when we go through the elements of the planets and their representations, and their astrological associations. So this should be a really interesting show.
Yeah, brother. Lovely. And I think the planets are going to be really an important part of this conversation. Namaste. We've got Lauren in the house. We've got Vincent in the house. How you guys doing? Hope you're both well. Everybody else that's sitting by watching, welcome. Namaste to you guys. Ooh, haven't even looked at my hair yet. Look at me. I look like I've crawled out of the shower from the wrong end. Anyway, it's a beautiful day. I had a gorgeous day today. This is something very close to my heart. I can't tell you how close this is to my heart. And the reason I'm inspired to do this is I want to really look at the system that's been given to us, because we're all within this community. Lovely to hear, brother. Lovely to hear. We're all within this community. And yes, Lauren, I'm glad to hear you well as well. Within this community, we're all deeply aware of the counterintelligence movement. And the counterintelligence movement is obviously political. It's obviously to do with anthropological research, history, knowledge about food, knowledge about nutrition, education, the financial system. I mean, there's just every single aspect of life that we can consider. And we've noticed that there's a big movement within the spiritual community, i.e., more than 25,000 edited words in the New Testament of the Bible alone. I mean, that says it all, right? 25,000 words were changed. Like, whose idea was that? And were they really necessary? And they bring out a new edition of the Bible every 2 years. And since it's not a financial trade thing, because these Bibles are being paid for by the church, you've got to understand there's a deeper reason. You could understand if it was just about commerce and they want to make money, but it's not really about that. Most of these Bibles are usually paid for by churches and given away to people very often, or with projects. So, NGOs and such. So there's definitely spiritual propaganda that's been put out there. Namaste, Joey. I hope you're good. Hope you guys are all smiling. It's a smiling day. Oh, and by the way, let's not forget, today is a Navratri day. It's a very sacred day. It's the 8th day of the 9-day Navratri festival. Now, we covered the Navratri in its completion in a previous discussion. All 9 days. I will find it and link it in later on.
Now, it wasn't clear to you that the Navratri is a celebration of the goddess Kali, is it not? Or other goddesses as well?
Well, yes, it's Durga Mata, which Durga is a personification of Kali or Shakti, because Shakti is Kali, is Durga. It's all the same thing, really, just different perceptions of the same divine feminine as seen through the eyes of the spirit, as in the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit has its masculine and feminine counterparts. And then there's other aspects of consciousness field which also have relevance. And in the Vedic schools of thought, they've got the Brahmic and they've got the Vishnu and the Lakshmi, the Brahma and the Saraswati. This is the Shiva. And the Shiva and the Shakti is the spiritual powers and the spiritual gifts. So it's a celebration of the spiritual powers as they manifest. And the Durga Mata is an important one. Later. It's my little boy blowing me kisses. He's so sweet.
Oh, that's
so yeah, I mean, it's an important, and this is the 8th day of the Durga Mata. It's a very powerful ceremony. Tomorrow is like when the festival is over, and it's just the Gauri Puja, which is basically the celebration that everything has been found to be in a state of peace. But today is the 8th day, which is where the proverbial evil is conquered by the proverbial good. This is the point where light conquers darkness in this ritualistic play of an event, which is a 9-day play, if you want to consider it as such a concept, a 9-day long ritual. So it's a very important day, which made me think like, wow, it's a perfect day for the Enneagram, man. Perfect day. And so my quarrels with the Enneagram as it is, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of value in the Enneagram as it stands. I think a lot of people like it. Slick Dissident, shout out to Slick Dissident. Slick Dissident has found a lot of real value in the Enneagram as it stands, as it's being presented. Although wonderfully, Slick has evolved his Enneagram to become his own thing. And I think when you start to evolve it to become your own thing, you start to pull out a lot more nuances of subtlety. But when I look at this enneagrammic system as we've been following it, some bits of it just sort of get on my nipples a little bit. Mm-hmm. Get on my nipples. And what it is it's almost a random allocation of numbers. And from an occult perspective, I think that like the personalities could be shifted with regards to numbers a little bit, some of them. And so this is something I wanted to look at, like to sort of put a backdrop of a Vedic and a Cabalistic version of the Enneagram and look at the numerology, because this is really what the Enneagram's about. It's about numerology, and numerology is really the study of sacred geometry. And the sacred geometry is really the awareness and study of the way in which the cymatic vibratory resonances become reality. These cymatic fields, these acoustic fields, manifest through the consciousness field to create form. And the form becomes the etheric. And the etheric imprints itself upon the molecules. And the molecules follow the shape of the cymatic audio frequencies, which hold shape. And these shapes then become structures. And these structures are numerical in their geometric proportion. So we can see this in nature. We can see this in reality. This is why we have fundamental mathematics, which sort of explains a lot about what we're experiencing in the universe, because we've noticed there's this connection between things, and numbers seems to be the key. As they said in ancient Egypt, Maat. Maat is the firmament. It is the night sky. It is that which covers. It's the bow of the heavens. And that bow relates to the wisdom of the sage, Sagittarius, with the bow in the hand. So the bow that Sagittarius has got in the hand relates to Maat, right? Which is the embodiment of the structure of Da'at in the Kabbalah, which gives us a real insight into the structure of being. And so numbers are like really fundamental to where our languages come from. As you can see in our earlier shows, numbers was one of our first shows, and source of language was one of our earlier shows. And so we covered this like in the very beginning of the roundtable. If you go to podcasts and look, you'll see I've arranged it so that you can see the first shows and go start at the beginning. So for those of you that haven't seen the earlier shows, you might find them quite interesting, because we covered a lot of really powerful ground in the earlier parts of the shows. And since then, we've sort of kept referring to some of it, but there was a lot of really good stuff there. So yeah, to dive in deep to the Enneagram as it stands, my thing about it is that what we call the Enneagram now has existed since the 1970s. I think there was somebody coming up with some of the ideas between the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, but it was cemented as this series of characters, these identities within these 9 fields. This is very recent, the 1970s. And the person that came up with these ideas was a psychologist. They were not a numerologist. They were not an occultist. They were not versed in spiritual sciences. So they didn't necessarily take into account the vibrant body of numerology, because numerology wasn't considered a science. See? So a lot of the so-called scientists didn't take into account that there's more going on when we look at numbers. And however, they used the idea of the Enneagram and the numbers to sort of try and put together their idea of 9 different character types. And I'm sure that the 9 character types are a very valid form of expression. The question is, do they all fit on the numbers that have been allocated to them in accordance with the principles of the Kabbalah, in accordance with the principle of the Hermetic tradition, in accordance with the principle of the Vedic tradition or the Daoist tradition? Because we can look at all of the numerologies as they relate, and they're all very similar. Daoist numerology seems to be a little bit more abstract, but if you really look into it, a lot of it's very in sync with Vedic numerology, and Vedic numerology and Cabalistic numerology are completely in sync. And the Greek and the ancient Egyptian numerology falls into the same category. So essentially, the body of numerology is quite consistent, and it's quite ancient. It's been tried, it's been tested, it's been used by thousands of adepts and thousands of students and psycho warriors and philosophers. Namaste, dear Mexico. What a lovely thing to see you here. Hope you're having an absolutely great day. I meant to touch base with you earlier. I was just running around with my little boy, Josh. So yeah, this idea behind the Enneagram, I want to like dig deep into it. I want to uncover its mysteries. So where would you guys want to start?
Well, what I was looking up the Enneagram on Wikipedia just now, and one of the things that I was striking me is that apparently the writings of Gurdjieff were a big part of the putting together the Enneagram and its structure. So maybe that would be a good place to kind of kick the ball, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, we can fire away. I mean, I don't believe that the Enneagram as we know it today comes from Gurdjieff. I think it comes from people who studied some writings of Gurdjieff and decided to interpret it the way they chose to interpret it and chose to embody concepts the way they chose to, putting it into context of number. And so like the fundamental Enneagram that we know is very, very young. Where Gurdjieff's self-remembrance work, I think they took a lot of the personality profiles, right, from Gurdjieff's work and looked at it in such a sort of way. However, what I'm sort of looking at is, okay, let's start off with the simple, let's get simple. Let's get really simple. So let's look at the way in which it's drawn, right? For me, I think that's quite an important thing to start with. And I think that sort of will give us like quite a insight into an insight into things. Now, for some reason, I thought I had done this. So let me make sure that I've got this here and everything the way we want it to be. So yeah, looking at the Enneagram as we know it, right? I think the first thing that gets my attention is the way that we've chosen to draw the Enneagram. And it seems like, because of the way that we're drawing it, it seems to me almost as if something might be getting lost in translation. Almost as if, and here I will present it for you to give you an idea of what it is I'm talking about specifically, so that we can like really just dive in. And you know, for me, it's like this, right? Let's see, what do we got? Okay, so it's busy presenting. It's busy doing its thing. There we go. So this is the typical Enneagram that we've all become acquainted with, right? And I look at this, and so I've always been fascinated with the number 9. Namaste, Rob. How's it going, man? I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're all having a good day. Yeah. So this is the typical Enneagram that we know. And I look at the shape of the way that it's drawn. And it seems to me like there's something almost clumsy in the way that it's drawn. Because firstly, when you do an occult gram, and I think this is quite important, right? It's always done in a very particular way. Like usually, like if you do a pentagram, right? You never lift your finger from the ground if you're doing it on the ground, right? Or if you're doing it on a thing. You start at one point, and it's symbolizing continuity. This is like starting here, going there, finishing there, starting there, going there, finishing there. This is a multi-glyph. And so to call it an Enneagram isn't actually, in my perspective, true to the geometry that it presents. Because you've got two different things being drawn here. You've got a triangle being drawn here, and you've got another structure being drawn, superimposed over the triangle. So it's a multi-glyph of sorts. And so when I look at that immediately, that was the first thing that always caught my mind, was like, why are they not reflecting it as three triangles? Now, three triangles is a way that Enneagrams have often been represented. And then, of course, the consistent draw it as it's, as it is, has also been another. Oh, wow, there's Slick. Welcome, dear Slick brother. We've got the Slick in the house. Honored to have you here.
How can you have an Enneagram discussion without Slick, man? It's like
No. We damn straight. Slick is here. It's an honor to have you, brother Slick. I hope you're good. I hope you're thriving and well. It looks cool and fresh where you are. Most of you should know the Slick Dissident. Obviously, his channel's in my suggested channels, as is Indie Sage's. We're waiting for Cosmic's channel. And Slick does all sorts of work on the occult, but his speciality has been the Enneagram. And he's really, like I was saying, he's given it a personal context. So he's not like, he's sort of strayed from the typical ideology behind the Enneagram and sort of given it his own shoe fit, which is obviously the right way to do anything, I think. But it's an honor to have you, dear brother, and go and check out his work. It's magnificently awesome. Do say a few words and welcome.
Thank you so kindly, Franklin. Much love to the brotherhood. Greetings, Cosmic Prankster and Indie Sage. Much respect, fellas. Thank you so much, Franklin, for bringing us together. And yes, you knew I couldn't resist. You knew I couldn't resist this topic. It's so magical. And I don't know, I don't think that you corresponded this when you planned our meetup today, but today is the perfect day for us to speak on this topic, because today is also the beginning of the Navaratri ritual of the spring in Hindu cosmology. And I think it is just so magical that you didn't even have that in mind. You're just guided to bring us together on this perfect initiation of a 9-day observance of the 9 Devis. And I've broken it down here on your channel before, how I've, like you said, I'm on my own. I'm out in the wilderness with uncharted waters. And I have taken the Enneagram and superimposed it into the symposium, Plato Symposium, discovered the 9 muses informing the participants of Plato Symposium. And then I was able to find, now I want to say, the 9 muses are informing the narrative of the symposium in its specific ordering, the seating order of these agents of a round table, each speaking for a different technology and contributing their eulogy to the narrative. And then I learn how sacred the 9 is to the Navaratri. And the Navaratri is anagram for the narrative. And when I study these 9 Devis of the Navaratri, I realized that they are deeply correspondent to the 9 muses of the Greeks. And so today is Shailaputri's day in the Navaratri, or in the Greek muses, this would be Polyhymnia, the first muse of the symposium. And she is the muse of rhetoric or public speaking, she of many hymns or many songs. And I think that also implies that she's polyglottal. She speaks many languages. She has many tongues. So yeah, it's so synchronous that you've lined this up to kick off the 9 days of the Navaratri that I've discovered through the Enneagram. It's so, so magical. Thank you so much.
So good to have you with us here.
Big respect.
Now, I have a question for you, Gabe. Do you think there's any connection between the Ennead of the ancient Cometians and the Enneagram? They have the same prefix. You don't really see that anywhere else.
Yes. You know, I need to learn a lot more about the evolution in Egypt of the Ogdoad into the Ennead. Yes, there is something really. I think that when we watch these paradigms evolve, we're actually watching the psychology and the souls of the culture shift and take on a new perspective, a new consideration that just totally alters the best way to understand the culture, to see it through the shift in the paradigm. So going from the Ogdoad to the Ennead, and another thing about those changes is they're very, it's very culturally sensitive. It's these cultures want to preserve their old ways, and they're integrating a new way. And so, to a large degree, whatever the Ogdoad is, I'm sure there are many cults and systems still based on that. But then this Ennead has an interloper, an added perspective, an added paradigm that makes things even more complicated than it probably already was. But yes, I do believe that what the Egyptians were doing is an expression of the same systematic multi-perspectivism. That's maybe one way to think of it, you know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I know that in the Ogdo, there's like a series of 4 pairs that are associated with aspects of the water. And then when the Ennead came around, they had a creator god at the top, and then there was 4 pairs below that creator god. So the creator god was the main difference, I would think. But the aspects are a bit advanced. When they come to the Ennead, it's you can tell that some time has passed and the society has advanced and changed their understanding a little bit and developed more diverse principles. But with the Ogdo, we have 4 principles. The first principle of the first pair is the stagnant primeval aspect of water. The second aspect is water's infinite extent. The third is the darkness within the water. And then the fourth is the hidden, unknowable nature of water. It's all about the mysteries of water and the amazing principles that it has.
Interesting. You know, I kind of hear, you know, that are different types of water, like a pond or a lake is considered stagnant.
Right.
Infinite is kind of salt water.
Yeah.
The darkness kind of makes me think of maybe deep water, like the water you would find at the bottom. Like once they quarry an area, the waters look small, like a pond from above, but actually in the middle of the quarry, it's insanely deep. And then
there's kettle ponds that are like that.
Yeah.
Deep.
And then that last one you said was universal. Can you read that last one?
The hidden, unknowable nature. The unknowable nature of it. The mysterious aspect.
Yeah, I'm thinking of underwater aquifers.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Who knows how many there are down there.
Yeah. And you know, I've pondered like metaphorically how the Virgin Mary could represent like streams and rivers could be the Virgin Mary, and then the prostitute Mary, the sullied Mary could be the sea, could be the ocean. That kind of gets with everybody. It connects to all international borders once you get to the sea. So she's been with all the fellas, but the river is still a virgin because she's not salted yet.
Right.
And I think that John the Baptist could be freshwater springs. Have you guys researched like the power of fresh water, like coming out of the ground? That is, it's the most clean of all waters. And sometimes I think that John the Baptist, and these things are important for civic design. If you're going to find a great place for a city, you need earth that provides clean water. And so that John the Baptist as the Gnostic seed of building out culture, I think very much relates to the freshwater springs.
Yeah, it's very interesting because in the Kabbalah, there's this notion of the ocean in Binah, or the void, the great ocean that needs to be crossed in order to become one with the neshama. And so, you know, there's the salty waters, which effectively represents transition from life to the afterlife. Then there is the living waters, you know, which represents the abundance from whence life springs. We're talking like the more fresh water, but also interesting within the Kabbalah, there's a huge distinction between water at rest and water that's dynamic. And water at rest and water that's dynamic has a different numerological value, which is quite interesting. When we're speaking about water in a state of motion, we're speaking about water that's the number 40. So we've got the second scale 4 related to Mayim, which is in a state of, and it's drawn differently. It's drawn with around it, and you can see that within the picture of the Mayim, which looks pretty much like this. It's a base, it's up, it goes over, it's like that, and then it's got a curl coming down, curving with another little cup coming off of it to show that there's water moving and little bits shooting off of it, like bubbling like a waterfall. And so this is quite interesting. And then when you write the M on the end of the word, it changes its numerical value and it changes the structure of the letter. And so this is something I'm going to be discussing with a show we're going to be doing next Sunday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday with Zerilot and with Greyhorn, which is about shamanism, and it's about these 3 mother letters, the sh, ah, and the m, and that there's different ways of creating. There's a mantra. There's a chanting practice you can, and this is universal. It's in the Kabbalah and it's in the Daoist system. In the Daoist system, you meditate on the hissing of the fire in order to connect with that potential of powerful transformation. And you resonate with the water that's resonating sound, vibrating. Meditate on the vibrating resonance of water, which is like a... And then the R is that movement, which is, you can hear it when this morning I was listening, gosh, my son said to me, listen to that. And I listened to this bird while we were walking, and I stopped and I was like, wow. And then what I was getting so transfixed in was the sound of the wind moving over the leaves. And the leaves are like just doing that little thing that they do. And the little sub-harmonic audio, that's the element of air that you're listening to when you're hearing that, and you're really getting in tune with Earth. So these 3 elements are really fundamental. But this if you put mash, so in Hebrew they say mamash. That means it's too much. Mamash. It's a typical slang term for, like, if you say, like, I saw a monkey like dancing on the roof with a cucumber and a carrot, and they'd be like, mamash, that's too much, can't believe it. So the mash ending on the fire means it's like, this is hectic, this is intense, this is fascinating, this is intriguing. But the moment you put sham onto it and you go sham, now it becomes ending on that point of water, which is at rest. And the interesting point is the number difference, which I find quite interesting, becomes, so you've got kaf that becomes 500. You got mime that goes from being 40 to 600. So the difference of numerological alignment. So now in the Tao, when they speak about water, they speak about the number 6. This is very interesting. And the number 6 is very much related to the number water. And so I think they're talking about water that's at rest, sort of contentment. When you think about acceptance, contentment, ready to just be, that's water at rest. And so sham is also a sham. They get your mind to be at rest. Did you fall for the sham? I was so chilled out, I didn't see it coming. And it's the same, right? It's the same. So the word same and sham comes from obviously the same roots. I mean, you look at the alphabet of the Paleo Hebrew and the alphabet of the Phoenician alphabet, and you try and tell them apart, because I can't. Can't tell them apart, man. If you were to flash me a Phoenician alphabet, I'd think I'm reading Paleo Hebrew, because the differences are so minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's considered that Hebrew.
And then there's liquid, ice, and gas. Please do continue.
No, I just want to mention that Hebrew is considered Canaanite Phoenician.
Okay. Yeah.
So a lot of the Phoenicians were sailors, but some of them settled in Canaan, and their language kind of diversified slightly, but you can see strong similarities in their roots.
Yeah, that's that actually when I hear Canaanite or the Chaldeans or Mesopotamian, like going back that far, my mind goes to the number 6 because hexadecimal gematria is doing something highly intelligent still today in our language. It's doing something incredibly intelligent, and it kind of intimidates me. I try not to look at it. There's something going on there that goes even beyond my own threshold for pattern recognition and conveying it back to the mundane to make it simple or streamlined for people. But yeah, and that's fascinating that you said it goes from the 40 over and becomes the 600. It's like a funnel of gematria or synchromysticism. Something about our language funnels towards this number 6, and the depths of those waters intimidate me. I once I get the sense that I'm in that deep, I'm like, no, pull it back. There's something, vastly true and profound that is too much to convey to another person. It's like I'm walking into the realm of miracles where it's like, it's too much. But that's fascinating that you mentioned that it evolves into the 6 if you add the M.
Yeah, 6 is an interesting number because as we've seen with the Ennead and the Ogdode, there's pairs. And so with the pairs, there's only 4 pairs, but it makes 8 with the Ogdode. And so if there's pairs of 6s, that would make 12. And so 12 is a very, very sacred number when it comes to mystical things. And 6 might be the aspect of, half of that 12.
Yes.
Male and female figures of each row or something like that, for example.
Yes. And the Greeks were very superstitious about the number 6. They actually they retconned the letter F into their alphabet. They kind of skipped the F, and there's so much superstition that on the first glance you think that it's vilified, that they ignored the digamma because it's evil. But when you study the Pythagoreans, you're like, well, wait a minute, maybe they're ignoring the digamma because it's too sacred to present in public. Maybe it's too beautiful, it's too perfect for the sullied public masses to know anything about. And so I find the 6 to be one of the most dichotomous, we'll say that. And then that 12 is reduces to a 3, right? 1 + 2 = 3. And even the word they use to describe the number 6, they don't give it its own name. They named the number 6 in Greek. They called it twice 3. So they're using like a sanitation or they're not actually naming it its own name. They're just calling it twice 3. And so there is so much superstition around the number 6 still today. And a lot of the Christians, they see the 6s and they're like, they start getting their sensitivities raised. So that superstition around the 6, it's so potent. It's so very potent.
Yeah, I was going to mention also that it is composed of 2 3s, and 3 being the number of sky and soul. It's quite a magical number. So double magic with 6 has brought me to understanding that 6 could be like the basic fundamental number of all number systems. And so when I use a base 6 number system, all of the prime numbers stack under the columns of 1 and 5, which is astounding. And so if you can use the zeta function to cancel out all of the different exponentials that fall into those columns, then you can actually discern how many numbers there are between 0 and x, how many prime numbers are there. And so then we can understand how our number system really works. It's something we've been working on for thousands of years. We have not yet achieved, and it's called the Riemann hypothesis.
Okay, I am all over that. One thing I love about, let me write the RAY.
REIMANN.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
that's almost got some Enneagram anagram in it.
Yeah.
The way they spelled it out like that, they just need a G and they're on.
Right.
So one thing I love to point out about the 6 is it's very sexy. It's beckoning you, come here. It's saying, come to me. It looks just like the finger movement that we do to say, come here. And it's extremely phallic as well. Yeah. And the 6th card in the tarot deck is the card for marriage, the Lover's card. This is the 6th muse, is eroto, the muse of eroticism, which is not to say like cock and ball jokes. Cock and ball jokes are actually not very erotic. Eroticism is alluring. It foreshadows promise. It is luring you in. It's kind of a carrot that takes you through the long journey, because part of the pleasure of love is anticipation. And this erotic muse, she knows that the real joy is in anticipating, not really in receiving. And then the other tarot card that reduces to a number 6 is the Devil card. And the Devil card, I think, represents a divorce. I think the Lover's card is like a marriage. And then the Devil's card kind of represents divorce. And that probably resonates with some people's experience.
Yeah, it does look like that on the card somewhat, like they're in front of the court or something in there in shackles.
Yeah.
Get out of those shackles.
Yep, and he's getting his ass lit up, and she's taking all the goodies and running.
One thing I noticed that's interesting about the Enneagram, just a kind of a casual observation, I'm not really actually very familiar with the Enneagram, is that none of the lines seem to intersect at the center of the circle. It's almost like they all seem to deliberately avoid the center in terms of how the lines are essentially connected. Have you tried to do any work in figuring out what represents the center of the circle? Because if you think about it, every circle has a center.
Yes. I can go wildest places with this. When I was first learning about the Enneagram, I found the planetary associations with each number. And in the planetary associations, there's no sun. They don't put the sun in any of the positions of these numbers. If I reflexively would have thought that the sun would be in the number 6 spot, because the 6x6 magical square is the magical square of the sun. But they put Uranus in the number 6 position. So by default, I think I should put the sun in the center. And when I do that, I can perceive Plato's allegory of the cave. And the sun becomes the light projection device from the allegory. And then all of the vices and virtues are the shadows cast out on the walls of the cave. And then I'm thinking and funny enough, Pluto is the planet in the number 9 position because he's the most slothful. And it is called Plato's Cave. And I have corresponded Plato to Pluto. I have so many reasons to thread that together. So if Plato is in the 9 spot, and this is the Plato's allegory of the cave, there's an exit. This becomes a map pointing out the exit of the cave. And the exit would be right between the 4 and the 5 at the bottom. And that is really powerful because love and code add up to 54. And so the 5 and the 4 in the love code kind of becomes the way to get out of the shadow play of what I call the mind's dream media, the shadows on the wall. And the exit and the way to see through everything in a new light is through understanding the code and the love. And those are kind of the guiding light out of the cave down at the bottom. And that's a very important split between the 4 and the 5. It's a very important split for a lot of reasons. But yeah, that's kind of so I would say the answer to your question is the sun is most likely the center of the circle.
I'm interested in split.
Go ahead.
Because I am the sage or the investigator, number 5 in the Enneagram. And identify with the individualist, number 4. I don't know where it comes up on my charts, but I feel like there's some common ground between the two. But what's the distinction that draws them apart? What makes them so different? Yeah.
Between the 4 and what was the other one? I sketched out there in
And the 5.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. So the 4 is the individual with the shadow of envy, and the 5. And let me always. Okay, real quick. When you were talking about breaking it into 2 sets, and everything having kind of 2 sides, if you study Aristotle's virtues, you will learn that the virtue is the mean between 2 extremes. And so in that happy medium, I think, is the remedial virtue that each personality type can take on. So the number 4 is an individual with the shadow of envy. And when I say envy, right there, the envy becomes a spectrum, 2 ends of a spectrum. And the remedy for your envy is to stay in the middle of the spectrum. So you have either you're envying somebody else or somebody is envying you. And the best way to navigate that is to stay in the remedial virtue, which is, let me think, kindness, altruism. Altruism is the remedial virtue for the number 4. And then we go to the number 5 is an observer with their shadow is greed or avarice or keeping to themselves too much. And so again, the vice is a spectrum. It's either you're jealous of other people or other people are jealous of you. And the remedy for being on that spectrum is the happy medium. That virtue will be, let me remember, temperance. Not too much, not too little. Temperance is a very ambivalent term, but it is also ambivalent itself. So ambivalence is the remedy for not projecting too much jealousy, or when you sense other people are projecting jealousy at you, you try to stay ambivalent. And it's so cool, Indy, that you asked about the 5 and the 4, because I have come to learn that the frenzies or the divine madness that takes over people, that they don't need any reason anymore and they're just driven by instinct. It kicks off in mass psychology. It kicks off most easily when jealousy and envy are conflated or flipped for each other. And so if in a lot of the modern day Enneagram systems, I see them conflating the 5 to the 4. I see modern day Enneagram will try to associate the concept of tragedy onto the number 4, the individual. They call them a tragic romantic, is what modern day language does. And I don't approve. I think that tragedy belongs on the number 5. Man, it's almost a whole show in it of itself. But let me say this. The word avarice comes from a city on the Nile River the name of the city was Avaris. And that city was very greedy. When the ships would come through their port, they taxed foreigners more. But if it was anybody from their region, they wouldn't tax them so much. That dynamic of taxing foreigners excessively and giving favoritism to your own people, that's part of the Hebrews' entire ethos. And so the word avarice is fundamentally rooted in the word Hebrews. And this is provocative. We kind of tiptoe through the tulips when we point this out. But remember what I said about jealousy is on the number 5, avarice is on the number 5, and Yahweh describes himself as a jealous God. And so the number 5 has strong correlations to a lot of the stigma that is projected onto the Hebrew history. and something that just came across my radar, kind of, I don't know what to do with it yet, but I will share it, is the Greeks did not believe that the gods expressed jealousy. The Greek pantheon, they were too high and mighty. They wouldn't condescend to have any jealousy in their soul. But then this Yahweh God comes along and he's saying, I'm all about jealousy. Jealousy is my main jam. And I think a lot of Greek cosmology would be like, well, if your God is jealous, then he's no God of ours. So there is something about this number 5 that has greed as its nature, jealousy as its nature, keeping to itself in its nature, and a love of tragedy. And so the dynamic of tragedy in culture is it's a mechanism for catharsis. They use tragedy in cinema and in art to grant catharsis onto the participants of the ceremony or the ritual. So I'm not saying Yahweh is not a god. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he serves a very specific purpose, and it has a lot to do with holding things back and eventually having catharsis when what is being kept hidden becomes revealed. So he has a very important role.
That's very, very, very interesting. When we look at that, because there's so many like loopholes when we go into this. Like when I think about Yahweh, right? The Tetragrammaton adds up to 26, specifically, which relates to the number 8, which is essentially the number of Father Time, which is the number of creation, if you want to get right down to it. It's why the Tetragrammaton adds up to it. And so from a numerological perspective, numerology and astrology, jealousy relates to Saturn specifically. And that relates to the number 8. So this is where I look at the numbers of the Enneagram and I go, from a Cabalistic perspective, it's not in sync with that. And from Vedic cosmology as well, I mean, envy, you could arguably say relates to the number 6 on a certain level. You could say could be related to that. But jealousy seems to be like related to that very much competitive energy, which is very much a Saturnial quality. In fact, one of the things about the number 8, when you look at the numerology of it, it seems to be very much about generating success, generating money. There's a very competitive element to the 8, and it also, literally, if you're going to talk about gluttony, right? It is what you ate. Literally. So when I think of gluttony, I think of hard work. So Saturnial qualities is like maybe like hard works. In fact, if I would put Saturn on the Enneagram, I would put Saturn on the number 8. I wouldn't change that. And I would put the number 8 as the workaholic, as Saturn. And I would focus on the workaholic Saturn as being representing, all of these hard work. But what goes with hard work is eating. So when you work really hard, you want to eat a lot. So you'll find that people that work and work and work tend to want to eat and eat and eat because they need all that extra stored energy in their body to keep them going, in a sense. And the moment they stop working is when things turn pear-shaped. As the saying goes. So, but it's very interesting that like the way this Enneagram is put, like they put you on the number 3 as the achiever. And when I think of 3, I think of I think of Jupiter. So that's very, very interesting. Like to put the planets onto a context. And there's another thing I wanted to point out here. The way that the structure is drawn, it bugs me, because the origin is only present to the 6, the 3, and the 9. The others are not real. The others don't cross the point of origin, or they don't include origin. They actually dance around origin. And so origin is only shared by 3, 6, 9, which is interesting, but it holds a certain meaning. But when I look at like this one, for example, so this one, the origin is in the center of all 9 elements. And this one is probably like, if you're going to draw an occult circle, this is how you would draw an Enneagram occult circle if you wanted to stand inside of it and cast a spell, hypothetically. So this is your power symbol that you would use. And then within this symbol, you would probably create a construction of this, right? And so this is 3 triangles. Now, this is very interesting. Okay, the way this is done is nominal. It's done in the clockwise circle, but I find this diagram really interesting. So, okay, let's take this triangle. 1 plus 4 is 5 plus 7 is 12 is 3. Okay. 2 plus 5 is 7 plus 8 is 15 is 6. Okay. 4 plus 7 is 11. 11 plus 1. Sorry. 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 plus 7 is 12 is 3. So we've got this really interesting little dynamic going on here, you know. We got 3, and we got 6. And so you start off with a 3, you progress to a 6, you progress to another 3, which completes your cycle of 9. It's just really fascinating when you look at it, you know. If you go in another way and you say the supernals, you say 1, 2, 3. This is another way of doing it. 1, 2, 3, right? And that is 6. Then you go 4, 5, 6, which is 4, 5, 6, which would be 9 plus 6 is 15, which is 6. Then if you go 7, 8, 9, you would then be going with this triangle. 7, 8, 9. 7 plus 8 is 15, plus 9 is 24. 24 is 6. So when you break it down like that, you end up with 666.
Right.
In these 3 triangles. So these 3 triangles are carrying some really interesting information in them when we start to really break it down, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and 9 plus 3 is, sorry, I made a mistake just now. 9 plus 3 is 12, plus 6 is 18, is 9. So you got
Comes
the
back
9.
around. Yeah.
The 9. You got the 5 plus 8 is 13, plus 2 is 15. You got the 6. So you got the 6 and the 9. Then you got the 7 plus 4 is 11, plus 1 is 12 is 3. So you got 3, 6, 9.
Yes.
If you run it like this.
Yes.
If you run it according to Kabbalah, you end up with 666.
You know, I think what's
So this is
also
why when I look at the
something I
Enneagram
love to point out-
structure, and these all contain the origin. Now, when I think of the origin, like Vedic numerology considers Pluto to be 0. Pluto
Mhm.
is always related to no number. So Pluto,
Mhm.
they would put at the center. And then they would put the sun at 1. They would put the moon at 2. They put Jupiter at 3. They would put the north node at 4. But also, they would also put Uranus at 4. They would put Mercury at 5. They would put Venus at 6. They would put at 7 the south node, but also Neptune. At 8 they would put Saturn, and at 9 they would put Mars. And so that would be how the Vedic would sort of run the planetary cycles from Vedic numerology, and that's how they do their astrology. They literally, you know, their astrology is based on 9 squares, which is an Enneagram. So a
Mhm.
Vedic Enneagram is 9 squares. 3 squares, 3 squares, 3 squares. You take 1 square and you just draw 3 lines and 3 lines. Then you've got 9 squares. And that's the classic Saturn square that we all know. Once again, the Saturn square is the 9 squares. So when we're talking about the Enneagram, we're actually talking about Saturn. Quite an interesting concept. We're talking about Saturn, the constructor of the universe. And so, like, I'm wondering, like, is there some way to change these symbols, the image that we hold as the root? And obviously, this other Enneagram is really, like, there's something quite profound when we look at this Enneagram, the math of this Enneagram. It causes me to want to go into a trance just looking at this. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, it's hypnotic.
I think in a lot of ways,
my mind follows it around, and I'm like, "Whoa, hold on to the chair! I don't want to go out of my body here. I want to stay in this conversation because it just makes you want to leave your body."
It creates
in
like
the way that it's
feel like you could feel like you could see 2 pentagrams or squares, and your eyes trying to figure it out, and it just never gets there.
Yeah, it's all about
hinting at the pentagon.
There's something hypnotic about symmetry. I think that symmetry has an inherent, I'm looking at the different enneagrams, kind of the standard enneagram versus the kind of the more symmetrical occult enneagram, like this. And I'm thinking, in terms of the, it's probably something that's more written in a secular context. I also think probably like the Myers-Briggs is kind of like a secular astrology. But I think that if you really look at the asymmetry of this particular image, is that asymmetry reflects the metaphysical worldview in which it's derived from. So if you think about something like your atheist materialist point of view, you're going to see that if you don't believe in a God or a creator, then the universe doesn't have a center. So that's going to be reflected in the sort of the mental maps that you create. Whereas I noticed with more magically oriented or more spiritually oriented, there's always a symmetry and there's always a kind of implied center. So what we see here with this image is there's a kind of an obfuscation of the center. But if you think of it as this diagram being created in a kind of a skeptical secular mind frame, is that the geometry of the shape reflects that secular skepticism. It reflects that lack of a center within the cosmos, within the image you see. So in a lot of ways, one of the things I think about, like in terms of order and chaos, is that order is all about symmetry and chaos is all about asymmetry. And the other interesting thing about the number 6 is I've been thinking that 6 is the number of randomness, because 6 is the number of sides on a dice. When you gamble and you want to do something random, you shake a pair of dice and you get certain numbers out of that. And that shape is a cube. So I think that there's something magical about that number in and of itself. And that's one of the things that I talk about in Zarfexology, is thinking of everything in terms of belief systems, in terms of spaces and circles. And this image that we see here represents a kind of centerless circle. And so there isn't that kind of magical unity that brings it all together, which is reflective of the belief system that it actually comes from. So it's interesting. It's kind of telling in that these kind of symmetrical symbols have a meaning to them, but that also these kind of asymmetrical, they also have a meaning in the sense that they point in that they're a kind of an artistic or visual representation of what that lack of meaning actually is. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of how I'm putting these ideas together. Because I know you were talking before, Franklin, about how certain like systems like this, they lack that kind of magical like nuance, and they lack that kind of magical occult understanding that kind of fits it all together. And I think that you're actually seeing that represented in a visual way.
Yeah, this is what bugs me about that image. When every time I look at it, there's that lack of symmetry that sort of gets on my nerves a little bit. It's very subtle. Whenever I've looked at that image, it sort of almost made me shy away from it, like a shiver in my spine. And when I look at this, I feel that like I can just really fall into that. And I think that the image that we use is going to define how our minds are going to interpret what we're thinking about. In other words, the aesthetics of it is going to define. And like, this is such an easy concept to grasp. The other concept is a more heady concept. So you can see how, like, a psychologist that has been to university and they've been trained in head, not heart, is going to think like that. But someone who's trained in meditation and heart, they would probably be more curious to find that continuity within the structure. And so this structure holds the continuity of change, and you can literally empathically and intuitively see the change from one to the next, because it's mathematical, and it speaks to the unconscious ability to account for aesthetic shift, change, mathematical scale. And the scale sort of is to me, it really holds, maybe it's a Venus thing in me. We're gonna get to Venus. Venus is all about aesthetics, man. Venus loves pretty things. Like they like things like this, the smell. I'm a Venus child in a way. And so, there's a big part of me that loves that idea. In fact, my numbers, if we break down all my names, is 369, but it's 9, but one of them is 6, and the one that's 6 is my emotional nature. And so that emotional nature is very much related to the Venus energy, which is my moon in Taurus, right? So my astrology reflects this thing. And it's and I've got 8 in my name number as well, even though it's not specifically 8, it's 108. That's all my names add up to 108. So it's got the 8 in there with a 1. And when you put an 8 next to a 1, you can get a tyrant. Something I had to learn to deal with as a child, the tyranny of being like, like when I was a teenager, I was a bit of a tyrant in high school, basically. Now that I think back about it, I was a total tyrant. Well, I mean, I was a good tyrant. Like I basically abolished bullying in the high school. If I catch you bullying, you're gonna know about it, dude. Like, big boys better leave the younger boys alone, because, like, to me that just seemed like the right thing to do. But I didn't realize there's this 1 and the 8 working. So I think that, like, when you get that shift of 1. Now, if you got the shift with like a 1 and a 3 working, you're going to get some kind of an echo happening with the 1 and the 3. If you get the 2 and the 4 working together, you're going to get an echo shift. If you got the 4 and the 6 working together, you're going to get an echo shift. I get the echo shift with the 4 and the 6, right? The practicality and the stability of 4, and that harmony of 6 wanting to work together. I can love food, man. I can love food. I can love good smells. I can, have an appreciation for aesthetics more than what is necessary. So I in order to curb this issue within myself, I went to live in a cave without any aesthetics. like there we go. It's the bare walls. But it's interesting, when we look at all of the structure as it comes, and I just thought it would be like good to sort of look at the numerology behind the Enneagram. So like, okay, so the 1 is effectively, when we look at 1, we're looking at the sun, right? And when we're looking at the sun, we're looking at unity. We're looking at that consistent aspect of leadership. And the leader, the sun is the leader in the center. It's pioneering energy. It's independence. It's can be insensitive. It can be egotistical. 1. We look at 2. 2 is the moon. So 2 represents polarity, represents the duality, represents empathy. The first time when I came in contact with numerology and numbers was when I was like next to a Ouija board, and I walked into the room and the spirit went crazy. Spell my name, number 2. Spell my name, number 2. Spell my name, number 2. I didn't know what it meant. When it explained, it was like that you're a medium. Okay. The spirits want to talk through you. They want to use you to talk. And I was like, okay, this is like reminding me of that weird crap when I was a kid. Like, I'm going to get into trouble again. Like, people are going to think I'm a weirdo. But so that 2 represents empathy, represents nurture, sensitivity,
the nurturing mother. The 2 is the number of the mother, in a sense, the 2 breasts, that holds the family together, and the potential of being passive to receive. So you can channel, you can go into the unconscious very easily with a number 2. Number 3 then is Jupiter, that represents the wheel of fortune, optimism. Optimism, I think the optimist defines from numerological perspectives in number 3. And this is quite universal, whether you're looking at it from the Cabalistic numbers or the Vedic numbers, it comes back to it. The number 3 represents the positivity and that potential of things, expansion, the expansiveness of things getting better, the positivity of structure that can grow, and that living presence, the living presence that becomes the love of life in its maturity. When it gets to 4, it's crystallizing as love. In 3, it's those formative forces of the Trinity. Then we look at the number 3 being Jupiter. When we look at the number 4, the North Node or Uranus, the North Node is the future. It's got to do with planning, the builder. I consider the number 4 to be the builder. So I look at 1, the leader, 2, the empath, 3, the optimist, 4, the builder. The builder is that constructive energy of I can plan, I can be organized, I can be structured, I can have discipline. I'm the builder. The builder has all of those qualities. And so that part of us, which is the builder, represents the number 4, represents looking to the future, which is the head of the serpent that wraps around Ouroboros, which is the north node of the moon, also represents Uranus. Uranus is being that constructive, let's build something, let's put some kind of a powerful, it relates to death on a certain level. In the Taoist system, not the Taoist, in the Chinese system, in the Taoist system, it relates to stability, to the 4 elements, to bringing together those 4 different principles, the 4, is it the 4 truths? No, it's got another word to it, the 4 somethings coming together. So the 4 represents that very powerful ability to forethought, and the forethought necessary to build. You can't just build, you need to have a plan. So building and planning are sort of fundamental. Mm-hmm. If you want to build a house, you need planning permission, and that's a big deal. So then we go to number 5, the adventurer.
In China?
Yeah?
Is it for the number of death in China, in Chinese and Taoist?
It does relate to it. In certain Chinese circles, it relates to dying. Mm-hmm. But it also relates to constructive things too. Like in Taoism, in the Taoist concept, they don't look at it quite like that. It seems like a simplistic. I think the reason number 4 has got to do with that is because it's got to do with structure. Number 4 represents crystallization, and crystallization represents death. If you think about what it represents, because you've got to be flowing with the chi's got to be moving. The moment things become too fixed and too structured, you can't adapt. Yeah, the adaptability of number 5 hasn't been received yet. Number 5 is the adapter, the channeling of adaptability, mercurial energy in its pure form, the performer, the adventurer, the communicator, adapting to all things, a continuity of adaptation. That's where 5 brings 4 structured. I can't resist. I'm just stuck in this mold, which is what 4 represents. But that mold is how you build. It's a necessary step. So I think they associate that lack of adaptability with dying, because it does sort of ring true. And 2 4s, 4 bringing back to itself is 8 is Father Time, which in Taoist system is very much good luck, represents fame and all of these other positive things. But when we look at the number 4 from a Cabalistic and a Vedic perspective, it relates to the builder. 5, Mercury, the mental transformative potential of communication, which also in Taoism is the 5 elements. And so that 5 then becomes what holds together the different 5 elements. And so I call 5 the performer sometimes. I could think of it as the performer. I could think of it as the communicator, or as the adventurer, because 5 is all about advent. You see, you've got 4 is structured, and then you need to add a vent. You add the vent to the 4, And when you add the vent to the 4, you get the circulation of movement. So 4 is a square, it's stuck. The moment
Right.
you draw a pentagram, you've got something going on. It's
You bring in
moving.
the essence, the quintessence of the 5. Yes. And you know, the death card is number 13, which reduces to the 4. Yeah. So I have
Exactly.
a myriad of graphics I would love to share to kind of bring some more structure so we can actually look at the planetary place or the planetary associations. And much like yourself, Franklin, when you said we were talking about the 5 as greedy and avarice, and then you mentioned the 8 right away. And I had just got done saying catharsis, talking about the 5, and you mentioned the 8. That thread is the thread of catharsis, the way I see it. In a vast many ways. I want to say this. When I discovered the 9 muses in their order around the circle, a friend of mine, Eric, big love and respect, Eric, blew my mind because he extrapolated the endocrine system in correspondence to the 9 muses. And when he reported back to me on the potential of seeing the muses as the endocrine system, I had to run with it. And so I have taken it and run with it. And the endocrine system of number 5 is cortisol, which is kind of like too much cortisol makes you depressed or sad, like the tragedian of the 5th seat in the symposium. And number 8 is adrenaline. And cortisol, too much adrenaline builds up a cortisol deposit. But there's this catharsis between adrenaline and cortisol. It's just fascinating that you intuited that we should talk about the number 8 as I'm talking about the 5 because of that thread. But here, I'm going to try to do a share screen and bring in, if you don't mind. Let's see. I would love to share some of the graphics. Happy Navaratri, everybody. Let's see. Am I sharing yet?
Not yet.
Nothing coming through. Hold on. Is that you? That's you. There we go.
Is it not?
Give me a second. Why is it not going on?
I want to mention.
I think I've got a first one. You remove the one and then add the other.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay, you're good. I just was gonna say that the number 5. I feel like the number 5 may have greed and jealousy, but they come from more of the lack of ability to want to give, and from the isolation and the jealousy of other people that are connected.
Yes, you got it.
Wanting the money or like wanting to be like everybody else and not liking yourself as much, but it's more about not being able to connect with others. And if you're in that Enneagram number 5, the investigator, the sage, you're going to be very analytical in trying to understand things and develop a deeper understanding. And you've kind of compromised your ability to just go with the flow and just embrace things for what they are, and then have a happy life and connect with other people. So
big time
the territory.
Yes. And I guess I should say this early is, you know, all of us experience. Can you guys see my mouse when I move it around?
Yes.
Okay.
The image, yes, just. Is it possible to zoom in a little?
I don't know how to. I think it is possible, but I'd have to be more of a wizard than I am.
Oh, this is
You're
awesome.
like me. Cool, man.
Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah. So one thing that Gurdjieff, now I want to say, Gurdjieff's Enneagram was more musical. It had a lot more to do with the do, re, fa, sol, la, ti, do. It was not personality types with vices and virtues. The Enneagram that I focus on is from Oscar Ichazo. And Oscar Ichazo is the one who has ordered the vices onto these stations. But it is important that nobody over associates with any single station, and give yourself permission to change on at any moment in any situation to a different perspective. And so that's kind of that's how any of these self-help matrices can become a crutch. If you corner yourself into one thing, you over-identify with the five. I think the fives, I think we're all fives, you know, we are all a five. And you might be more of a five with your sweetheart, or you might be more of a five with your buddies than you are with your sweetheart. And when you're with your sweetheart, you're more of a four, you know, so the situation really determines where your habits are going to form. But another thing is, throughout your day, we all roll through this, the process of, you wake up, you drink your coffee, you get your plans for the day in order. This is kind of in the number one spot. And then you go to work and you start caretaking, helping, giving to the world. You're taking pride in your work. And then the number three achiever is, you've accomplished your work, and you go clock in and you report on your success. And then number four, individual, you're driving home through traffic and you're envying everybody's car. And the number five, you finally get home and you know, some people have their whatever, their smoke session, you get stoned, now you're really hungry. You get to your number six, and it's this is the time to have dinner with everybody, to commune. And then number seven is your entertainment in the evening. You go watch a movie, you get enthused, you get inspired by whatever fantasy you care to partake in that night. And then number eight, you take your lady to the bedroom, you do your bedroom magics. And number nine, you go to sleep, right? And so in a fun way, we walk through the Enneagram, through the cycle of the day, every day, all of us. And so we all participate in this process over and over. However, in certain situations, you will spark up into your wrathfulness if you need to. If you feel a sense that something needs to be reformed aggressively, it's extremely wrong, then you need anger. You need to lean into your reformer perfectionist to demand a higher standard. And I've come to learn through the Enneagram, something I think everybody could really benefit from, is that anger is not hatred. It looks like hatred to other people, and Hollywood would want us to vilify the behavioral expression of what anger is. And a lot of people, when they see somebody angry, they jump to presumption that they're hateful, but that it couldn't be more wrong. They couldn't be more incorrect. And I just want to point out that anger is a demand for a higher standard, and it is still negotiable. If you're angry, you are still willing to negotiate. You still care about the subject matter at hand. You still have a standard that can be met or negotiated. But if you have succumbed to hatred, you don't give a shit anymore. You don't even care anymore, and you'll walk away, and it's not negotiable. And so I just think that that's some of the things that have enriched my life. I'd love to share with you fellas.
You know, that's actually a really cool insight. The idea that there's a sharp distinction between being hateful and being angry, because I've definitely met people who seem very hateful and they're very awful, but they're not necessarily, you know, outright angry. They don't seem to like go out and they don't throw temper tantrums. So that kind of shows that someone can be hateful, but they can still be very, like, you know, reserved and kind of stationary. So that's kind of that's a useful way of understanding other people.
Thank you. Yes, it is really valuable. It's so valuable. And I actually see now I want, there is a gravity around pride. This number two, this caregiver with the shadow of pride. I don't want to associate hatred with the number two, but it is so close to anger. I think it is this dividing line between the number one and the number two. And now, if you guys watch my mouse, this is really important with Enneagram work. The 1, 9, and the 8 are considered the body groups. These are external to yourself. These are in the action realm. These are functional in the external. The 2, 3, and 4 are considered in the feeling group, so they are internal. And the 5, 6, and 7 are considered in the thinking groups, so they are also internal. And so 2 through 7 are internal of yourself. but the 8, 9, and the 1 are in the body, or what is in the external realm. What is and I think of that as in the action realm. So I see hatred as this dividing line between the 1 and the 2. And I've actually mapped this out in mythology many times. In the Iliad, Achilles is the number 1. He's rageful. He's about to lose his shit because he's so pissed off at Agamemnon. Agamemnon is the number 2. He's the giver. He's actually given the hostages to Achilles, but he's going to take them back. He's going back on his word. And Achilles is standing in the river Styx. And so the dividing line between the acting group and the feeling group, I think that is the river Styx. And the river Styx translates to the river of hate. And when he steps towards Agathon to draw his sword, he's no longer negotiable. He's decided he's going to kill this fool. But Athena grabs him by the hair and gives him a psychic gut check. She says, slow your roll, homeboy. And she stays his hand. And he does not pull the sword all the way out of the scabbard, which means he's choosing to remain negotiable. He's not going to succumb to hate. So yeah, that's just some of the things I've garnered. There's something about this number 2, this prideful, right? Lucifer, the name Lucifer means pride. There's something about the number 2 that is so provocative. It's so dangerous. Just the transition from the 1 to the 2. There's a great amount of provocation around this number 2, but I'm not going to make a claim that it is that the number 2 has hatred. I'm just going to say that hatred resides between the 1 and the 2. And go ahead.
I was saying that's very interesting. So you were talking about the liver, right?
No, but
were you talking about fear? Sorry, or anger? No, you were talking about anger. Yeah,
anger and wrath. Yes.
Okay, so the anger is the emotion of the liver in Daoist medicine.
Okay,
and it's very interesting because the bile in your liver, when something gets your bile going, it's like it's making you angry. That bile taste in the back. Anger is like a metallic taste in the back of the throat, isn't it? When you start getting pissed off, you're like,
yeah.
It's like a taste. It's like a bile getting somehow. But it's very interesting because when we look at the Vedic system, and the Western astrology is unanimous with the Vedic astrology, that Jupiter rules over the liver, right? And the liver rules over anger, and Jupiter's number 3. So from an astrological perspective and a Vedic and Western astrological numerological perspective, they put the number 3. Now the number 2 is the mystic number of number 3. I think like what's going on here is like there's an octave shift between, sort of like when you look at how can I put this? When you look at the 22 archetypes, which are like the fundamental 22 archetypes of the tree of life, for example, then we're looking at Aleph, Bet, Kemal, Dalet, He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yod, Kaf, Lamed, the whole Hebrew alphabet from Aleph to Tav, right? When we look at the tarot, we're looking at the symbolic. And when we look at the symbolic, then Bet becomes number 1. The magician becomes number 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the magician is related to the house from whence like the structure of magic comes, which is Bet. And Jimal, the high priestess, the camel that she crosses the desert with, which you can see is in the symbolism there, is number 2 for the major arcana, but number 3. So there's this continuity of shift from the one to the other. So that makes me think like it's very interesting the way they've got the number 2 relating to that, because like the 2 relates to in Vedic cosmology, and the numerology relates to the moon. Now, as far as I know, the moon rules over the stomach and digestion, in a sense, where Saturn rules over the bones, the skin that holds the shape of the bones, and the hair. But the bones is where you store your nutrition. So what you eat, and this is why it's past tense, not eat, but ate. When you eat, it's the moon. And and when you ate, it's what you ate in the past. It's because your bone marrow stores your nutrients, right? So like your weight in your body is stored in your bone marrow. Like I've always had really heavy, solid bones. So I always like weigh much more than what I look like I weigh. So if I look like I weigh like 65 kilos, I weigh like 75. I've always like looked 10 kilograms heavier. But now I look like I weigh like 80, 85, but I weigh like 100, you know? It's interesting because it's always got to do with the bones, and the bones is your Saturnial element, your teeth, your, like a Vedic astrologer will look at that. So there's this shifting thing going on here, which is interesting. And the moon represents that. And when we look at like fear and anger that work together, so anger is in your kidneys. Yeah. And that's quite an interesting concept, because when you look at the kidneys, right, like the Jupiter is ruling the pancreas, which is related to that. What rules the kidneys? Gosh, I can't remember. What rules the kidneys? What astrological? I want to say it's Mars, but I think I'm wrong. Planet rules
the adrenals. The adrenals are on the kidneys, because the renia is it means beans.
I'm glad I didn't say Mars, because Mars and Venus are male and female. Mars works with Venus, but Mars is actually in the blood. Venus is ruling the kidneys. And so Venus is number 6.
Interesting.
Isn't that interesting? So when you look at the Vedic and the astrological systems of it, you start to see the way the numbers are relating to planets. And so if we look at the number 6, what does number 6 represent here on your thing?
Uranus.
Loyalist. The loyalist, which is quite interesting. Like the loyalist obviously relates to, interesting with loyalty, because loyalty has got a lot to do with Venus, in a sense. If that makes sense, it's very much a Venetian concept. Because when we think of what Venus represents, it represents your relationships, in a sense, right? That you have, like in Libra. Libra represents it. In Taurus, it represents your structure, what you've got, where you've settled, your sense castle around yourself physically. But it's quite interesting when we look at like the loyalist. And when I look at, for example, when I look at Mars, I have always associated Mars with anger, personally, because Mars is that number 9. But Mars is a perfectionist and very much discipline. So like this is like that interesting point. Like Mars and Venus seem to work in that kind of interesting kind of a dichotomy, because the moment Mars loses footing, Venus comes out. So that irritability and frustration and anger that can be expressed by Mars when things aren't moving fast enough, because Mars is very much, things have got to be perfect. I see the archetype of the number 9 as the perfectionist. because that's a way of understanding the ninth sphere as Mars, which is a perfectionist, which is very much to do with completing things. Everything's got to be completed. It's got to be done. It's got to be done right. This is why Mars is martial, right? The martial number, which is like in martial arts, you got to perfect that move. You got to do it 1,000,000,000 billion times. You got to train it over and over and over again, and you never get it right. You always can improve. That sort of represents Mars, I think, to the epitome, which is why I think martial arts is such a martial discipline, and it's all about self-control. You're never allowed to get angry and lose your cool in martial arts, right? Because it's unmartial. But the moment you lose your cool, Mars and Venus work together in this sort of, dichotomy of expression. And so Venus then becomes the embodiment of how anger comes out, because our emotions are all ruled by Venus, and she keeps a tight flow of all of this stuff, the substance. And so it's interesting that on your one system, they separate the inner and the outer by the numerations, but in the Daoist system, they combine them, that each thing in the body has got a psychological counterpart, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like the liver in the body, the adrenals have got a psychological counterpart, and so they relate to that Venus energy, and that Venus energy then relates to fear, which is interesting, because Venus is all about having lovely things and having a sweet space around you, and everything's congenial and everything's a harmony and balance. Venus doesn't want disharmony. The moment there's disharmony, Venus is like, gets freaked out. That's the fear of things not being nice, right? Fear is like, oh, that's going to hurt. I don't want to experience pain. I'd rather, can't you get tickle me with feathers and rub my feet and put oils on my body and give me some grapes, rather than beat me with a stick, which is very Mars. Mars is like, no, bring it on, beat me with a stick,
Yes. Yes. I fully believe that circumcision is designed to systematically harmonize the masculine to the planet with the gigantic scar on it. And I think the social engineers are playing the zeitgeist to the music of Mars, particularly to the male bias. And by syncopating our experience from birth to the planet with the gigantic scar on it, it makes our responses in the masses much more predictable. And what you're saying, I'm hearing, Franklin, a lot of what I call the rule of Kal-El. And that is that while you're looking at the number one and you're thinking about the attributes of the number one, it has an interdependence back to the 9, and it kind of is presaging the evolution into the number 2. But again, this graphic doesn't have it, but there's a connection from the 1 to the 7 and the 1 to the 4. And so every number has 4 connection points. It connects to its predecessor, it connects to its next number, but then it also, underneath that, it has a thread to the 7, the number 1, and has a connection down to the number 4. So there are always kind of 4 paths you can go by in each station. And I want to share with you guys what has come into my field just over the last week. I did a show with Zarelath. I highly recommend it, y'all. Go check out Zarelath Immortal. We had Robert Phoenix on the show. And Robert Phoenix is a master class astrologer, and he brought to the table found fact. He tells us that the 3 outer planets, which represent the 3, the 6, and the 9, that those 3 planets are each in their individual positions, their battle stations, from some of the most significant wars of all time. And so essentially right now, Pluto, the peacemaker, the slothful mediator, governor, up here in the number at the top, Pluto is in Aquarius, exactly where it was when the Revolutionary War started. And Neptune is exactly where it was when the Civil War started, coming out of Pisces, exactly when the Civil War kicked off. And Uranus is right where it was when World War II kicked off. And so the three outer planets, and I think of these outer concentric rings as the jurisdictions, or the concentric rings are how jurisdictions work. And so the three greatest jurisdictions of the realm that we could ever track have positioned themselves in their battle stations from the three greatest wars going back through history. And that is happening right now. And what I did not think about until I brought this graphic up to share with you fellas about the 369, as magical as we know the sequence is I see the quintessence of religious articulation of the feeling experience in the grand human world is epitomized by Christianity. The 2, 3s, and 4s are the feeling groups, and the quintessence of the thinking groups, the 5, 6, and the 7s, are articulated by the Hebrew cosmology. They're extremely loyal. They would never change a single letter of the good book because it would change the gematrological math of it. The thinking groups are very mathematically oriented. The feeling groups are very musical oriented. So we have music, we have math, and up top is geometry. Up top is geometry. The ninth muse is the muse Urania, and she is the muse of geometry and astronomy. And so at the very tip top, the Islamic cosmology, they don't allow anthropomorphizing of divinity. Instead, they express divinity through geometry. That's Urania's jam. She's the ninth muse. And so I would put the Nation of Islam very powerfully in the number 9 spot. And so now I'm looking at what Robert Phoenix told us about the three great outer rings being in battle stations. And I'm looking at the Abrahamics playing a Rochambeau on the greatest chessboard that there is. And so, yeah, I'm sensing the prophecy season is very articulable. It's demonstrable. And right here, you guys are looking at it right here. The battle stations are in place.
That's very interesting what you're talking about with the battle stations. I like that, like the way these things are calibrating in the heavens, because obviously, like the whole story is astrotheology when we get right down to it, fundamentally. Though I also want to get back to what you pointed out, and I think that was like a real golden nugget thrown like onto the table here about the subtle associations. And I prefer this one because with this Enneagram, to me, it makes more sense. Like I can see everything is just so clear. So so obviously the 1 has got the association with the 2 and the 9, right? But the 2 and the 9 add up to 11. Yeah. And then the 1 has also got the association, like you said, with the 4 and the 7, right? And the 4 and the 7 add up to 11. And then the 1 has also got the association with the 5 and the 6 in inverse association with the 9 and the 2, because the 5 and the 6 are like the yang versions of the yin, 2 and the 9. The yin and yang of 2 and 9 corresponds to the yang and yin of 6 and 5, and they're like inversely sets of poles. So this is a polarity, but this is also a polarity, and that's also a polarity. So you can see that the 1 corresponds to 11. So the number 2 is rather like fundamental to the correspondence of number 1. Even though 9 is 2, 2 is really the 1 that 1 corresponds to. When you look at 2, it gets even more interesting. So 2 corresponds to 5 and 8, which is 13, right? But 2 also powerfully corresponds then to 7 plus 6, which is also 13, right? So there's a different kind of a relationship between the 7 and the 6 and the 2. And then, of course, that means that the 2 is heavily corresponding with the 4. So the 1 is heavily corresponding with the 2. The 2 is heavily corresponding with the 4, because we can see it when we look at the 5 and the 6, the 7 and the 6. And when we add the 1 and the 3 on either side of the 2, we come back to 4. So there's the real correspondence map coming up. 2 corresponds with 4, 1 corresponds with 2 primarily, but also has all these other numerations. Primarily it corresponds with 4, but it also has a powerful shadow with 1 and 3, and a secondary shadow with 3. Gosh, I must look at this right now, with 7 and 6. And so 7 and 6 add to the qualities of 2, but really 4 is where it's at. And when we look at 3, it's 6 and 9, it's 15, it's 6, right? And so everywhere we're going to look at how this corresponds in this diagram. So we see the 3, the 6, and the 9 is 15, obviously. Then we also see that the 4 and the 2 is 6. But then when we look at the 2 in its opposition to the 8, and the 8 in the opposition to the 15, which is in opposition to the 2, so in the 8 to the 4, we're then looking at 15. So we're looking at 6 again. So when we're looking at 3, 3's major association is with 6. And 4's major association is with 8. Now is where it gets interesting. So 4 represents structure. 4 represents the builder. So the builder archetype of the structure of 8. What does the builder really need to build? He needs to be a perfectionist. Because when you're building, you can't be pretty much, it's good enough. It's got to be exact. If the numbers aren't exact. So 8 represents in a sense, 8 represents the language. 8 represents measuring. 8 represents counting. 8 represents perfectly being able to notate something to get it exactly what it is. So on a really fundamental level, 8 represents knowledge. And so the knowledge, which is represented by the number 8, which is Saturn being the father time, which is what teaches us how to learn and gain knowledge, is like fundamental to 4. And when we look at 5 is pointing back at 1. So that gets really interesting. So now we see why the pentagram is so fundamental to humanity, because it points right back at the sun. Even though the pentagram isn't specifically associated with the sun, it points in secret ood at the sun, and Mercury is right next to the sun. So in your charts, like I don't have Mercury in my chart. I mean, Gemini or Virgo specifically in my chart, but what I've got is my Mercury and my Sun are in like absolute conjunction. They're like right on top of each other. So people always used to think I was Gemini. I was like, Gemini, you're kidding, man. Me, Gemini, you must be kidding. I'm like the furthest thing from Gemini, but a lot of people used to guess that I was a Gemini because I'm like social and whatever. But it's really interesting when we start to look at these associations. And 6 points at 3. So 3 points at 6 and 6 points at 3. So it's just, to me, it seems like really, really interesting when we start to bring this association back, that 5 is unique because 5 points at 1, but 1 doesn't point at 5. This is like a really, so now we're looking at an inverse proportion of the next series of numbers. And 6 is obviously pointing at 3. But we know that 3 is also pointing at 6. So there's a unique relationship between 3 and 6, right? We get to 7. 7 is pointing at 5. Oh, well, hold on. 5 is pointing at 1, but 7 is pointing at 5. So the major association with 5 and 1 as it relates to 7, the piggy in the middle is 6. So you see this progression, and this is sort of, I think, how they calculate the mystic numbers as opposed to the phenomenal numbers. 8 is really an interesting one, right? Because 8 points at 7, right? While 7's pointing at 5, 8's pointing at 7. 9, guess what 9 points to? 9 points to itself. 9 always points to 9. It only points to 9 because it seeks only perfection. It seeks only completion. It seeks only to get the job done. It's so focused upon discipline of let's get my own personal stuff out of the way, and just this is what's got to be done. Like it's so it's very interesting when we start to look at these subtle associations and how they sort of, you can see 9, 8, and 1, but you can also see on the other side the way this relates to the 4 and the 5, right? When we're looking at the way the 1 points to the 4 and the way the 8 points to the 5. So there's all these really subtle associations going on within the number tree that I think can sort of expand upon these connections. If we look at it in terms of the organs, so okay, what were we talking about just now? We were talking about anger, right? So we're talking about 6, anger. So what does 6 relate to? 6 relates to 3, right? So the kidneys.
Isn't 6
right?
fear and anger 1?
Yes. Yep. 6 is fear, anxiety, or doubt.
6.
In the shadow aspect.
But
So-
that's in the Enneagram that was created by the psychologist. According to the astrology, it's different.
Oh, I see.
It is
According to
based
the actual
on
astrology,
that
6
is
is
based-
Venus.
yeah,
Gotcha.
but it unpacks
According
from
to
the myth.
the numerology and the astrology, the Venus, the kidneys are ruled by Venus, and the kidneys where the adrenal gland is.
Yes,
right?
you know, in Taurus.
So that's where anger lives, in your
Yes.
kidneys, according
In
to the
Tau-
Daoist system.
Yep. In Taurus is the Auriga constellation, who is holding the reins. This is the volcano god who invented, he's the craftsman, and he's holding a set of reins. And behind his back, he has 2 baby goats at his kid knees. And Venus is very, Venusian, right? The pentagram. His constellation is a 5-sided shape. And so he's holding the kid knees, the 2 goats behind his back, and he's holding the reins in the other hand. And he's got Capia over his shoulder, the mother goat. She's actually on his over. It's almost like a second head, and that's the Capia star, is a very important bright star.
Are you referring to Venus as a male?
Not Venus, but that constellation is a male. It's Auriga, Erichthonius, Hephaestus, Vulcan, Malciber. He's an injured child. He's kind of got some chironic, because he's born with malformed legs. Some depict him with serpent legs. And some say that when he was thrown out of Olympus for being so ugly, it broke his legs or his hips, so he doesn't walk quite right. So he uses his craftiness to invent his own vehicle in life. He kind of invents the wheelchair, and we call it the chariot.
Is this another name for Hephaestus?
Yes, you got it.
Excellent.
Yeah, and his constellation is the shape of a pentagram, but it's inside of an asterism that is a hexagram. The winter hexagram. They're actually trying to change the name of the winter hexagram. They want us to start calling it the winter circle, and I think that would impoverish us if we change the name of the winter hexagram. I think it's more important, it always will be, that we consider that asterism to be hexagonal, because I think this is the Urim and the Thummim. I think it's a double terminated Herkimer diamond. And when the moon, do you guys remember the George Floyd versus Jake fight? The elderly black fella versus the young white whippersnapper talking smack against his own instructor, his own master, right? The one who came before him. During that fight, it was a full moon in the winter hexagram. The moon was full, and it was moving through Auriga and the great winter hexagram. And my research on that night with Moonfeather, big love and respect to Sister Moonfeather. Y'all should check out that show. My research that night brought to my mind that the the Urim and the Thummim is the grand symbol, the egregore for gambling. The Urim and the Thummim is the fundamental totem or symbol for betting. And sure enough, that was the night that a lot of people were placing bets on either the Urim, the black dude, or the Thummim, the white dude, to place bets on the outcome. So, and also Michael Wan believes that the white stone is a Herkimer diamond and the black stone is actually anthracite coal that burns with no smoke. So yeah, those are some of the threads on the winter hexagram, in which the pentagram of Malsaber or Hephaestus resides in the sky.
That's very. I like that, the winter hexagram. I didn't know about that. That's something to think about. These guys knew what they were doing. I'm still looking at what we were talking about, and it's like it's really getting my brain like expanding here. I'm seeing associations I've never really fully subtly appreciated before, which ties together the Vedic numerology with the Daoist system of medicine and the Western astrology and the Vedic astrology, and they all are syncing so perfectly. Like if you look at 6, if 6 is fear, hypothetically, right, that relates to the kidneys, then you can see its direct association is with 3, which is Jupiter, right? And the other association is with 9. Now 9 rules the blood and the red blood cells in the body. So your blood gets hot when you're angry, right? You can see the association here. And your red blood cells are basically ionizing your blood. This is really important to understand. So the red blood cells rub against each other like this, the little platelets, and they generate electric charge, almost in the same way that 2 quartz crystals. If I rub these crystals together now in a dark room, they're going to make sparks. This is how you make a dynamo. If you want to make a dynamo, you get something turning with a quartz crystal against another quartz crystal, and you're generating electricity current. So when you got these 2 red blood cells, they generate an electric charge within the blood. And obviously the whole of the red blood cells are these little platelets that are rubbing against each other, generating electric charge. Ions. So we talk about the passion of Mars, the passing of ions of Mars. And the passion comes into your blood when your blood gets hot. And that is relating to Venus when the anger of your liver, Venus relating to the Venus relating to your kidneys, in your kidneys relating to the fear, and the fear then channeling over to create the anger, because anger and fear are so like fundamentally connected. So when we think about what rules the liver, it's number 3. So here we see 3 is the anger of the liver. 6 is the fear. 3 is the anger of the liver. 6 is the fear of the kidneys. And so you've got the fear and the anger, and they rest on the pivot of 9, which is the blood getting hot and the red blood cells generating an ionic charge in the blood, which makes you become hyper emotionally sensitive due to the rays of temperature in the blood and the rays of electrical potential in the blood, which is building chi, actually releasing chi when you're afraid or when you're angry. It's when you can do phenomenal things. If there's a dog big enough chasing you, you can jump a 6-foot wall without touching it. If you pick up a spider by accident and it's like the size of a foot, like of like a cricket ball, you will let go of that spider and you'll find that you can jump as high as your head. And I've done this myself. It's mind-blowing, like whoa, because I've accidentally held spiders in my hand like this, and they're trying to open up their legs, and I'm like, my gosh, this thing's huge. So you just gently let go of it, and you find your legs just propel you upwards, and you could jump right over your own head. So these masterful feats are connected to 9. 9 is the martial arts number, the number of Mars. So you see, like, even just looking at anger and fear as they relate to the blood, as they relate to the kidneys and the livers, this ties in perfectly with the Daoist medicine.
and it ties in perfectly with Western astrology. And when you look at it on this, you've got the 369. Isn't that really interesting? Fear, anger, and how they relate to passion. And so I think like this is like quite fundamental to like the nature of reality, because like fear drives us. Isn't this like what they're really driving us with? The activists get angry and the others get afraid. And so they like really, they want to drive us away from our own integrity, which 9 represents, and the embodiment of integrity. 1 is integrity, because 1 is the sun, if from Vedic cosmology and numerology and Western cosmology and numerology. So 1 is the sun. That is the spirit of integrity. But the spirit of integrity finds its extension when we're looking at 9. And it finds its helper in 2. And then when we look at, 1 plus 9, it only brings us back to 1. And when we look at 1 plus 2, it takes us up to 3, the next. So it's like, it's very interesting.
I see some
sort of tie in.
I see some patterns here, Franklin, in this graphic in particular, having to do with the horizontal relationships. Like if you go from the 9 to the 2, you get 11. If you go from the 8 to the 3, you get 11. If you go from 7 to 4, you get 11. 6 to 5, you get 11. And then another pattern I'm seeing with this is if you take these 3 triangles and maybe separate them out on the paper and you add their corners, you're only going to get results that are either 3, 6, or 9.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. But now the 369 is with this model. If you work according to a Cabalistic model and you say 1, 2, 3 for the 1 triangle, then you get 6. If you say 4, 5, 6 for another triangle, you get 6. And if you say 7, 8, 9 for another triangle, you get 6. So I think these are 2 models, and you're looking at different things, how you place your numbers. So you could go like 1 and 2, 3, so to be 1, and then what would stand after the 1? Well, you can calculate that with that. It would probably have to be the 8, right? Because of the relationship shown here with this. Sorry, the 1 and the 7 and the 4 would have to be, the 7 and the 4 is 11 and 11, and so the 2 and the 9 is opposite the 2 would be the 4. She would have to have the 4 opposite the next to the 1, if that makes sense, because the 2 operates with the 4, the 13, the 5, and the 8. So you would have to have 1, 2, 3 is the 1 triangle. Then the next triangle, if you're going clockwise, would be 4, 5, 6, right? And then after 4, going to the next one, you would have to go to 4 to calculate how that would work. And that would be 7 plus 1, which would be 8. So it would have to go 1, 4, 8, if that makes sense, and continue around in such a way. And now we're pointing out these subtle relationships that we're seeing as they relate to the 1 and the 4, which is quite interesting. This hidden sort of fundamental structure that is being pointed out here, because the 4 is actually in sync with the 2. So the 2 and the 4 are in polarity. So now we're looking at a negative polarity, almost like the difference between looking at matter and looking at antimatter. And I think the one would correspond to the astral and the one would correspond to the etheric. I think there's a lot of work to be done to decode how the etheric enneagram looks, how the astral enneagram looks, and how these 2 enneagrams bring back into the physical body, one the hormones and one the central nervous system. Because obviously the central nervous system is like, we're talking about Pingala in the Vedic system, and the hormonal system, we're talking about Idda in the Vedic system. So the Idda and the Pingala are the fundamental currents running through the body. And I think 1 is mapping out the currents of hormones and emotional energy. One is mapping out the currents of thought energy moving through the central nervous system, and how the thought energy wires into organs through the nerves, and how the hormones connect to different organ processes, and how these two correlate. It's a really interesting. I want to really build a different form of Enneagram. And now I'm seeing that within the Enneagram, there's going to be Enneagrams. There's going to be 2 Enneagrams within the fundamental Enneagram. And I'm almost like humbled by the amount of work ahead.
It is.
Because
yes.
Yeah, brother.
Enneagram. I'm going to do another share. Indy, I think you're going to like this next graphic I want to show. Cool. When I started doing the Enneagram, I believed that what I was going to see, because I learned very early that all of the vices, the deadly sins, they have infernal names. They actually are demons. The name that we use in English for the vice is really just an occulted secular comfort blanket to describe what the church would say is an infernal spirit. And this is the infernal spirit. And so when you take a person who's a number 1 and you isolate their principal fear, that is wrath, the name for wrath means Satan. The number 2, their infernal spirit is pride. And in the church, pride is Lucifer. Now, the number 3 and the number 6 were not listed on the 7 deadly sins because the church was using those sins. The church was guilty of deceit and doubt, as were their tools. That's their tonsors, their tongs, their implement. So they didn't put them in the list of the 7. So the number 3 personality has the shadow or the vice of deceit, and this is Diablos, the devil, the doubler. The number 4 shadow is envy, which is basically translates directly to Leviathan. The number 5 is greed or avarice. That is the infernal spirit of Mammon. The number 6, I had to do a lot of work on this. My buddy PK got together with me, and we've done some real refining and theorizing and boiling down. And I think we've come to agree that the infernal spirit of doubt or anxiety is Belial. And the number 7, gluttony, is a translation directly from Beelzebub. Lust is a direct translation to Asmodeus. And sloth is the name Belphegor, just in the secular paradigm. And so I've listed the 9 infernals. And then I had to go through the Greeks. You guys are looking at so much legwork right here. You are looking at so much legwork. And when I started the project, I thought it would be as simple as just listing an angel. I thought I would just throw Michael on Satan and it would all be good. Or maybe I would throw Gabriel at Satan and it would, cancel out. And then Michael would slay Lucifer. I thought it was going to be that simple. That is not the case. The angels are on a different level, and I'm about to get to that in a minute. What I had to do was go and find the remedial virtues. So when they launched the Hurricane Milton onto everybody right before the elections, I saw the writing on the wall like nobody else can see it, because I've done the legwork. I have gone through Milton's Paradise Lost, and I have found the system of pandemonium, the house of all the demons. And that is the 9 infernal spirits you see on this graphic right here. But in order to fight the 9 infernal spirits, I had to go through Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics and learn how to identify the 9 virtues. And so what you are looking at with the infernal names is pandemonium. But what I've put in the blueprint is eudaimonia. This is the house of the good spirits. And the house of the good spirits are the remedial virtues that put the vices in check. And so the remedial virtue of number 1 is wisdom. This is Pallas Athena. Her name means wisdom. She is the quintessence of a perfectionist reformer at its highest expression. Her lowest expression, her viciousness, comes across in the realm as satanic, as wrathful, as anger. So the highest expression of the number 1 is wisdom. Its lowest expression is Satan. Number 2, Lucifer. The way to counter the pride in yourself and even to counsel your fellow man is to fight off pridefulness, Lucifer, with forbearance, forgiving, and even I love the word magnanimity. Magnanimity is the remedial virtue that walks the fine line between excess and deficiency in the spirit of pride. That is magnanimity or forbearance. And it's a no-brainer on deceit. Number 3, it's obvious, right? The answer to deceit is honesty, candor. Number 4, Leviathan, envy, the remedial virtue, walking the fine line between the spectrum of excess envy and deficient envy. The fine line between is kindness. But I really like the word altruism. I like the word altruism because that's kind of an Ayn Randian thing. It pings on a lot of the Nietzschean stuff. Friedrich Nietzsche was speaking to the number 4, and the remedial virtue of the spectrum of excessive envy or deficient envy is altruism. And then the remedial virtue for too much greed is temperance. And the remedial virtue for doubt, fear, or anxiety, the remedial virtue is courage, valor. Number 7, behemoth, too much gluttony, is actually a very totalitarian answer. It is none at all. It's not temperance. Abstinence and temperance should not be confused for each other. Abstinence means none at all. This is going on a fast. This is a full commitment to kind of a totalitarian remedy. And you need full abstinence to deal with glutton. And then Asmodeus is lust. And the church used to tell people that the remedial virtue is chastity. And but that's kind of because it's almost like that was their virtue signaling, is like, hey, as long as you don't have sex, then you make a good priest. And we don't have sex, so we're in control of everything. Nietzsche has kind of counter-maneuvered chastity, and he has given us a new secular virtue to counter the drives of lust. And that virtue is sympathy. And this is where sympathetic magic takes place. I think the number 8 has a great amount to learn for everybody. And then the slothful one is the remedial virtue for the spectrum of excess or deficient sloth. The remedial virtue, that fine line down the middle, is diligence, stick-to-itiveness, perseverance. And so what you're looking at, fellas, is the house of pandemonium, all of the demons, and the blue labels I've put on it is the eudaimonia. This is the house of the good spirits. And then I think
that's really interesting. Sorry, are you still carrying on?
Well, I'm going to take it to the angels, because I thought it was just going to be throwing angels at demons, and that's not the fix. But go ahead, tell me what you want, and I'll move to
before we go to the angels. Can I respond to that?
Please.
To those emotions, because before we move on, and this is very interesting. This is something that I came across at some point a while ago, and I'm just trying to get this to add this to the screen before screen sharing.
I have a really
need to stop screen
say,
sharing. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to show you a thing now about this guy and where the 7 evil sins come from. And I think it's really important to understand why they became 7 instead of 8, who did it, why, because it really gives us like quite a powerful insight into, because it was originally the 8 evil thoughts. So that's really where it comes from in its origin. But the church didn't like the idea of 8 evil thoughts. The church decided, no. It's got to be in alignment with the number 7, because that was like the big thing. Their whole structure is around the 7 flames of God. It's a Hebrew thing. So in AD 375, Evagrius developed a comprehensive list of 8 evil thoughts. This is what became the 7 deadly sins. And so this is like the predator of the Christian version. And it's interesting here that like all of them are here: gluttony, lust, fornication, avarice, love of money, dejection, sadness, anger, despondency, listlessness. We know what that became. And then vainglory and pride. And it's just very interesting when you look at it, because when I look at this, it sort of it suggests to me that this fits on the Enneagram better than the 7. I don't know what you think about that, because number 9 always points back to itself. So 9 is perfect in itself. But there are 8 potentials that point at other things. And so the 8 other things pointing at other things, I think, could, from a more like logical perspective, relate to the Enneagram, with 9 being the one that doesn't. I don't know. What do you think of that as a concept?
Yes, the number 9 is the 9th day of the Navaratri, is Siddhidatri. And don't you hear the name Siddhartha in that word? And so, yes, the resolution, the closing off of the ritual is definitely kind of that Messiah who finds, if you tie the fishing line too tight, then the line will snap. And if you tie the fishing line too loose, then the fish will get away. And that was Siddhartha's apotheosis moment, when he learned the ambivalence, that center path, the middle path. And that is also another articulation of Aristotle's virtues, is finding the virtue is right in between the 2 extremes of the vice, is walking the middle path. So yeah, there is a 9th one missing, maybe because Siddhartha hasn't brought his Dharma to the list yet, that number 9. And this list is out of order. That's kind of something I notice, is when they throw it in a scramble to the public, they won't give it to you in order. You will only find it in a scramble, and maybe in a strategically perfectly incorrect scramble. So when I just showed my Enneagram with the vices and the virtues, I think that is the most revealing order to organize. The word order means 9 heavenly realms. That's one of 16 different definitions for the word order. And so the graphic I was showing was rearranging this list in its perfect correspondence to the 9 heavenly realms.
What was the eudaimonia for Diabolos on your chart?
Honesty.
Honesty, thank you.
Or candor.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like that. The order. That's an important point to recognize. I think the disinformation campaigns are so intent on putting the information out there, but managing to hide it from us. Like this is definitely, this counterintelligence is definitely something that is it's a thing. And I mean, I've come across it in every sphere of occult thinking. They seem to want to give you the information with one hand and take it away with another. Like,
Exactly. I think of, it's kind of, it's a little bit self-defiling of a mentality. So handle this with care. But I believe that the high priests pulling strings from the unseen, they believe that the public is foul. They have a real projection that if it's in the public, it must be tainted or broken if it's in the public.
Think of what rabble means. Rabble is like the rubbish when you put into your foundation.
Yes. And so I think they give, in the public, they will put things out all screwy. And it's incumbent upon us to put the pressure on the information, to pressurize the lie. And if you pressurize the lie with diligence, you can find the truth that they put out. And sometimes the exact way that they scramble things is it's not random. It's actually the form of the scrambling is its own cipher that we can kind of get a feel for. And I want to share where I found the angels. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, man.
All right. Let's see. So yes, my name is Gabriel.
Crank it up, baby. Crank it up.
Yeah, buddy. All right. So yeah, my name is Gabriel, and it is not an easy name to live up to. It's a blessing and a curse at the same time. And let's see. Am I sharing screen yet?
It's should be up there.
Okay. All right. So I want to share with you guys this is another lens. This is we're switching our decoder glasses to a new lens arrangement. So instead of a red and a blue lens for the 3D glasses, we're kind of doing a red and a green lens to look at the Enneagram through another, just a slightly different paradigm. And these are called the Hornavian groups. This is a very useful tool for finding yourself on the Enneagram or finding somebody else in not the person themselves, but the behavior they're expressing. I want to say that, like, I don't think we should identify with the single personality type. I think we should be ready for situations to determine what our response is. So again, don't corner yourself and don't corner your fellow man they're always going to be a 1 and they'll never understand the 6, because in certain situations we do move around. But this is very helpful for finding your own habits. The word habits is another way of saying the vices and virtues. So the 1s, the 2s, and the 6s are the most compliant of the Enneagram group. The 7, 8s, and the 3s are the most assertive of the Enneagrams, and the 5s, 4s, and the 9s are the most withdrawn. And something that I get a kick out of is that, and big ups to Rob B out there. I think he was in the chat earlier. Big love, Rob B. He was the one who mentioned it quite a while back, that 7.83 is the fundamental frequency of the Schumann resonance. The Schumann resonance has a base fundament of 783. And that is its the Schumann resonance is the principal background in the electromagnetic spectrum. And its fundamental is 783, which is the most assertive trine of the Enneagram. And so I'm going to, and then I got to tell you guys, this word up here, the Hornavian groups, is it's an anagram. I only need to change the H into a G, and it becomes thrones. Oh no, excuse me. Let me think. No, I'm changing, I think, the G to a P. But the word, the Hornavian groups, is an anagram for thrones ophanum. And the word ophanum means thrones in the 9 heavenly realms, in the 9 echelons of the heavenly orders. The ophanum translates to thrones. And so the Hornavian groups is an anagram that translates to the same word in two different languages. And so here we are. I have found the angels of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. Michael is the most assertive. He represents the Schumann resonance. He represents the 7.83 frequency. And Gabriel is the most compliant. He represents the 126. On the tip of Gabriel's tongue, every time he appears in the Bible, he tells everybody he meets, his first words out of his mouth is "have no fear." It's on the tip of his tongue. Number 6 has the shadow of fear. In the infernal spirits, the infernal spirit of fear or doubt or anxiety was Belial. And now I don't have the time or the place to substantiate my claim here, but I think Belial is a double agent demon, and I think he's working for Gabriel. Yeah. And if that's the case, if I'm right, the Belial is the double agent working for Gabriel, then maybe deceit and the Diablo is actually working for Michael over here in the number 3 spot. Pretty interesting theory. And then Raphael, his name means the healer, and Uriel is, I think, guarding the Garden of Eden. But I see Raphael and Uriel working together to signify the 5, 4, and the 9. And just one more quick thing. There are 2 constellations on the world card, or in the Thoth deck, it's the universe card. There are 2 constellations signified by that card. I put that card in the gap. I called the gap between the 4 and the 5. I call this the gap of the Pythias. And the constellations signified in that universe card on the Thoth deck are the Microscopium constellation and the Telescopium constellation. And so the microscope is what we use to identify things that are small, extremely small, and then we use the microscope for medicine. That is Raphael. The telescope is how we find things that are small but extremely far away. That is Uriel. And so the microscopium is a totem of the medicine industry, the medical industry. The abbreviation for microscopium is MIC. So yeah, the medical industrial complex is MIC, Raphael. Uriel is in the telescopium, and that's the astronomer priest class. So yeah, these are the angels I've found, and they essentially, if you think about it, each angel is fighting 3 demons, or at least Michael and Gabriel are fighting 3 demons at once. And this is telling us that they have preeminence. They have more power than these smaller diminutive infernal elements. And I think that's pretty telling that the angels are way bigger than the demons.
So, Gabriel, I was, as I'm sitting here in this presentation, I actually kind of made a diagram on the side because I realized that the Enneagram also maps onto my Zarfexology system. And that's pretty much, I'm gonna show you something
yes,
real quick here.
Oh, I love when this happens. Consistency is the hallmark of truth, y'all.
All right,
crank it.
So I guess with Zarfexology, it's a little bit different because instead of everything kind of existing in one circle, I see each of the 9 sort of types existing in their own respective circles. What's interesting is that this maps onto it, like what the symbols correspond to over here. Notice you got Zith for peacemaker, Vith for reformer, Kip for helper, Zith for achiever, E for individualist, Ni for investigator, A for loyalist, Kith for enthusiast, and Phi for challenger. But the thing is, what these Zerfax symbols represent correspond to these descriptions. So, for example, the individualist, which is Eth, this is the Zerfax that represents sort of like individual images, isolated concepts and ideas that just sort of float around in the void. Then you have Ni, which is the more skeptical, logical sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that represents, which this Zerfax right here, which is kind of like you're sort of out of touch with reality, you're in tune with your facts. Then you have A, which is kind of representative. So one thing I should also point out is that each one of these symbols kind of like also points to sort of like a religious and spiritual orientation. So A would be kind of like your Judeo-Christian kind of religions. You're loyal. You're kind of with your community, because A is also the Zerfax that represents cities, civilizations. And then you have the 2 Kiths over here, and Kith is the sort of the organic Zerfax.
Wow.
And you have, it kind of goes with the enthusiastic and the helper. Then you have the achiever, which is represented by Zith. And this is the Zerfax of dreams. So if you're thinking of an achiever, somebody who dreams, they come up with an idea and they achieve their goals. Then you have Phi over here. This is the Zerfax that represents physical matter. It's also a Zerfax that we can't physically perceive. We perceive it as this kind of this chaotic quantum realm. And that's and then you have Vith, which is the interconnected Zerfax. This is the Zerfax you enter when you do LSD or psilocybin. There's a sort of performing nature that happens there. And then you have the peacemaker, which is Zith. This is the symbol of ultimate mystery, sort of ultimate infinity, if you will. And that seems to correspond with the 9 and the whole idea of completion. And then there's another thing I wanted to ask that also lines up is the whole Zarfex interior and indeterminate zone sort of dichotomy. So the Zarfex interior kind of represents where all of the belief systems of the collective consciousness kind of intersect with each other. It's essentially kind of your physical, mundane sort of reality, which is where your Christians, your atheists, and your more conservative spiritual groups kind of believe in this. Whereas on the other side, indeterminate zone, this is the astral side of the universe, the sort of the dream reflection of the physical world. And this is going to be sort of your occultists, your chaos magicians, your mystics, whatever. And I find it interesting that it seems that the left half of the Enneagram kind of points more towards mundane reality, and the right half of the Enneagram points to a more dreamlike, sort of astral, spiritual aspect of reality. And the kind of the whole Zarfex matrix is kind of represented in the entire sort of Enneagram right here. And you can see how each one of these symbols in the circle perfectly corresponds to the Zarfex in this map that I created a while ago. So for me to want to talk more about Zarfexology, this might be another tool to help you figure out the Enneagram. I think it's just kind of interesting that it's like it really seems to me that it's pointing to a deeper reality there.
Yeah, buddy, man, you have really nailed it. I couldn't add or subtract, or you got it. You got it, bro. You got it. I don't even know these symbols, but everything you said really comports to my understanding of the system as well. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, and the other thing about this map, which is interesting, is that they essentially kind of they're like dimensional coordinates. You can think of these also as like, because the idea is that we exist in a Zarfex, right? But there are Zarfexes that exist outside of us. But depending upon where you are on the map, this determines what type of Zarfexes that it essentially refers to. So if we look at the Zarfex map, this is essentially the map that represents the outer Zarfexes. But as the directions kind of point to, it makes sense. So when you think about the logical sort of aspects or Zarfexes, they're kind of pointing towards the darker, more sort of physical Zarfexes on the left and right side. Whereas I kind of lost myself there, but the point is that these systems they kind of there's a crossover. There's another synchronicity for you.
That's gorgeous, man. That's beautiful.
That's really interesting. Can you put that image back up for us?
Yeah, one thing that I notice with the Enneagram is people kind of get stuck on the numbers, and I think it would be, yeah, and I think that's just for expedience sake. Like if you're in a community of Enneagram people, you don't want to say, I'm a perfectionist reformer with a remedial, it's like a whole paragraph to describe yourself. So they just say, I'm a number 1. It just offers expediency. So yeah, I love not getting stuck on the number itself. And it's really helpful to just use a symbol that isn't even a number, that doesn't have prejudice. So yeah, I love these. This is great.
Here's I'm looking at this and I'm finding this really interesting. So like you've got what I'm looking at here as potentially, and check me if I'm wrong, you've got 9 bands, right? And we've spoken about this before. I've always seen this mapping onto the Enneagram. I always said to you, I see this perfectly, beautifully. I see 4 different Enneagrams here, potentially. 4 elements. And I see 36 things going on here, right? So because you on the right hand side, what is that? IZL4. Is that on the top band where it says Zarfex interior?
That's referring to the 4th level of the indeterminate zone.
Right. And then the 3rd, and then the 2nd, and then that. So you've got these 4 levels here. And then you've got these 4 different sort of grades of it. And I noticed here, for example, like you got the fee, right? The fee, which represents, which obviously represents, well, what does the fee represent?
So phi is essentially the Zerfax of the quantum realm. It's sort of the inorganic like potential. So basically the quantum realm is essentially what it physically represents, but it's also the Zerfax of sort of physical matter and physical things. So it's very Saturnian in that sense.
That's very interesting. Because like I'm looking here and I'm seeing that like the way that sort of fits in here is really interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And these moving up, grading in numbers, is that coincidentally, or is there a structure to this gradation?
Yeah. Well, the way it's structured is that the Zerfaxes on the higher part are more higher dimensional and interconnected, whereas the lower ones are lower dimensional and more isolated, separated, and disconnected. And then the left side, basically, you're going further and further into kind of the Zarfex itself, further into physical reality, further into mundanity. And the right side represents going away from the Zarfex into the outer Zarfexes and into the outer mysteries, into the deeper aspects, sort of beyond the world. That's how I would basically think of those four dimensions, essentially.
And if you on that same one and you come back and you go from B all the way to the right to the indeterminate L4 zone, what does that one represent? The first one and that on the right hand side.
Wait, indeterminate level 1 or level 4?
Level 4.
Okay, so level 4, this is kind of basically, the thing about the Zarfex nucleus, which is the central part, is it's not really easy to access from the physical side, but there's a kind of portal to it from this part, which is Zith and Vith. Now, if you think about Zith, kind of represents the highest sort of, so the other thing about Zarfexology is there are key Zerfaxes and there are gate Zerfaxes. So everything on the right side over here, these are all 4 types of gate Zerfaxes. You have O, Dio, Re, and Vith. But in this one, you also have Zith, which is the highest key Zerfax. So the key Zerfax is masculine, and the gate Zerfax is feminine. So here what you're seeing is sort of the collective masculine consciousness and the collective feminine consciousness sort of coming together to sort of be kind of like creative ultimate reality, essentially. That's how I would.
And then the one on the one L3 next to that on the left, what does that represent?
Okay, so this is basically, so this yellow banana is called a Clizerfax. That's the third highest key Zerfax. Now, basically what this Zerfax does is it connects you to different Zarfexes. So this particular Zerfax, it has a Zerfax that exists within our Zarfex, but it also, it has a duplicate or a copy of a Zerfax in a different Zarfex. So basically the idea is with this is that you kind of astrally project to this Zerfax, and then there'll be another Clizerfax on the other side of this gate Zerfax. And so you take that and you kind of mirror your way to a different Zarfex. So, but if you have some kind of limiting belief system, you won't have access to a Clizerfax. You'll have access to a lower key Zerfax that doesn't, the thing with belief systems, which are called Zerfixes in the system, is that they keep you locked within the Zarfex by sort of singularizing your belief around a particular individual idea. So for example, Christianity, the idea is that God is the creator of ultimate reality and nothing exists outside of God. So this over here on the right side of the indeterminate zone, this would be basically where God sort of sits. And that if you can when you have an open mind and an open imagination, you can then use this Zerfax, the Clizerfax, to enter the other side. And the reason there's one on each level is that you can basically use these to go to different types of Zarfexes depending upon which channel you're in. It's all very complicated, but it's like
the second one basically creates a duplicate of itself so that you can superimpose it elsewhere.
Yeah, that's kind of
We're
the
talking
idea.
about like effectively what you
the
could
properties
equate
of
to a
both.
quantum entanglement portal of sorts.
Yeah,
How
it's
that
kind of like
operates is to split yourself into two. So you're effectively becoming the duad.
Yeah, it's a kind of a
effectively.
quantum non-locality
Going from monad
kind
to
of
duad.
surfax. It has those properties to it.
And what does the next one represent?
Level 2. So level
Yeah,
2.
level 2 on the same
So
upper
level
band.
2 would basically be the standard dream world and astral plane that most people go to. Now, this Zerfax, this is the Zerfax of randomness called Vlid, which is spelled VLD. And that happens because you have a lot of different ETH Zerfaxes down here. Now, these are basically, imagine like a black void, and every symbol, like every object or idea is represented as an image floating through a black space. This is what this Zerfax plane represents. And when those, because they have no direction and they're going through a black void, they kind of intermesh with each other randomly. And then when they rise up, they become the nonsense dream. Now, if you're in a lucid dream, this Zerfax changes into a different Zerfax called Biv. Now, this is the Zerfax of lucid dreaming and so on and so forth. And then the first level of the indeterminate zone, you can technically, this is more like an exact duplicate of the Zarfax interior of a physical reality. It's basically, and then as you get further out, it gets, you get to deeper levels of the astral plane farther away from physical reality. So this Zerfax right here is almost a duplicate copy of this Zerfax A over here. But within this Zerfax, there's more of a potential for paranormal things happening because it's essentially the indeterminate zone equivalent. So if you're basically, if you're in a bathroom, the bathroom is in this Zerfax, but the mirror reflection exists in this Zerfax. But if you're in a kind of a state of mind where you feel like you're in a trance, or you've smoked a little kush right in there, this will also take you to this Zerfax. Also, and it also, what's interesting is this doesn't just incur to like different astral planes, but different types of substances can also be mapped out using this.
Wow.
I find this really interesting because it seems to map with cosmology from Vedic systems, from Cabalistic systems, and so the monad represents everything that is the prana. It's the subtotality of all creation, and it's effectively a portal coming through the sun, right? Mm-hmm. Of all of this potential of life. It's completely abstract, but it's the substance source of it. This then needs to be given potential. The potential of the duad gives it the potential to be able to recreate itself outside of itself, which is what I'm seeing similar idea being represented here by the L3, right? The idea to project yourself out of yourself, the quantum entanglement principle, as I like to consider it. Then the third principle, interestingly enough, represents where you've got form, a structure, like you say, the actual astral plane starting to take form as an actual plane of existence, right? Which maps with the Bina of the Kabbalah in the same way that L3 maps with Chokmah of the Kabbalah, in the same way that the L4 maps with Keter of the Kabbalah. And these principles in the Vedic are not so far apart. So then we go to the next piece, which is Chesed. Now, you said it relates to the beginnings of physical matter. Chesed is the Mazloth. The Mazloth of the fourth sphere of Chesed is actually where we start to form the world. So, like, just looking at these first four, you could say numerologically they could represent 1, 2, 3, 4 in the same way. And so I'm betting that the one here, which is Phi, represents, I suppose, would fears be related to that?
It can actually be real. I guess it depends on the type of fear. I would think I would relate anxiety to knee, because this is essentially the Zerfax when you're stuck in your head and you're intellectualizing everything, and you don't really kind of sense the tastes and colors and smells around you, which is kind of the opposite of Kith. So when you're in a very sensuous state, you're really noticing the smells on you can really feel the air touch the skin on your body, and you really kind of touch with nature around you. This is the Kith Zerfax. And what's interesting, you bring up Kether and Kabbalah, because this Zerfax right here, Reh, is the third gate, and it represents a white void, which is what Kether represents. And then you think of the name Kether, Kith, Zerfax. I didn't even do that intentionally, but that just seemed to line up that way.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, when you start looking at it, you can actually build this into an Enneagram exactly as you've got it here.
Yeah.
And you can expand it from right to left into an Enneagram. And you would actually probably be able to put the planets directly, or the associations of concepts relating to planetary energies and numerology directly onto this as a evolving scale from less substantial to more substantial. No, because that's basically what it is, right?
Yeah. And the other idea too is that so the indeterminate zone level 1 is a reflection of the Zarfex interior level 1, and then and it's kind of like that. Each level 2 is reflective of the other level 2, and so in a weird way, when you go further and further in here, you get closer to the Zarfex nucleus sort of singularity, where all the belief systems of both man and animal converge into kind of a singular called Zarfex, which is kind of like a cluster of Zerfaxes.
Dude, you've got to start making videos. I've been telling you. What do you guys think? Like, shouldn't he be putting this content out there?
Totally.
Huge too. This is like a really good parallel here with the Enneagram as well.
Yeah, I was just like kind of comparing it to my system, and I'm like, gosh darn it, it fits.
Yeah, man. Did you say you threw this together as we were speaking?
This particular picture, yes. I made this particular diagram a long time ago, but I kind of slapped some stuff on top of it.
Buddy, I am so impressed by you. I'm so impressed. This is really fascinating. In a little bit, I'm going to show another graphic, and I just want people to keep in mind how the Kith on the 7 and the Kith on the 2 are echoing each other. There's a strong interdependency between the 7 and the 2. And it boggles me that even in your system, it's still coming through, because I've seen it in other ways before. The Septuagint in the public, again, with the defiled, sullied masses in the public, they want you to call the Septuagint. They tell us that means 70, but it distinctly means 72. And I think that they don't want, because it was 6 different rabbis from 12 tribes, you multiply it, you get 72. And they still tell you that Septuagint means 70. They're lying to you while you're looking at the facts. And the reason that this is provocative is because 72 is a sacred number for the pentagram. 72 degrees is the interior angle of the pentagram. So the word Septuagint on the cover of that very provocative book is basically hailing to the Pythagorean sacred mathematics. So I'm going to buzz on that in a minute, Cosmic, but I'm so impressed that you just threw that together and it fits so well in your system. That is super cool.
Yeah.
While you're uploading that image, I think it's really what you're pointing at, a very important point out, the relationship between 7 and 2. Just to look at it from a Vedic cosmology perspective, they consider 7 and 2 interchangeable. Very often people say that the number 7 also relates to Luna. Even though it specifically doesn't, it relates to the south node, but the south node represents the emotional karma that we're carrying in our moon. And there's the same relationship with the 1 and 4. So 1 and 4 have got the same relationship as 7 and 2 from Vedic numerology. And so the 7 and the 4 are really interesting. But please, brother, crank it up, man. This is getting juicy.
Okay, here I'm gonna just draw it with the pen. So something that I did, something I did a long time ago, and forgive me for going way off into La La Land briefly, but I promise this will come back to make sense. Something I did a long time ago with the Enneagram is I put, instead of 1 through 9, I put the prime numbers, as in the first prime is number 2, the second prime is number 3, the third prime is number 5. But I didn't use the numbers 1, 3, 5. Thank you. This will help. This will help a lot. Instead,
Brother, can I suggest something?
Yeah.
Have you got like a piece of cloth to wipe your camera?
Oh.
I think your camera might be a bit dirty, your lens. I could be wrong, but it seems like there's a smudginess, or is it just me? because your camera is normally really clear. But you
No,
know,
yeah.
like
You're right. Hold on one sec. Let's see.
I went on to Mystic Ronin's show last week, and my camera was like a little bit foggy like that. I cleaned it off, and it was like,
oh yes, yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
go.
We'll see even more clearly.
Maybe. Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What do you
Okay.
think?
So, and I think I do have, hold on, let me see. Give me 1 second. Please be patient, folks. I actually do have a large example of this. I think it's right here. Yep. Here we go. There we go.
So it definitely made a difference with the image. Nice.
Yeah, more clear.
Okay. All right. So let me kind of bring you guys into the logos of what you're looking at.
Greek alphabet.
So beta is the second letter. And let me say this, the Greeks, they actually use their alphabet mathematically. So what we think of as the letter B to the Greeks was not just B, it was also their number 2. And 2 is the first prime. Gemel is the second prime. So the what we think of as number 3, I've put in the number 2 spot because it's the second prime. So we're looking at the order of primes. So this is the first prime, second prime, third prime, fourth prime, right? And I'm using Greek symbols to represent the primes. And when I do this, I realized that if you flip the Greek letters from the primes onto the 1 through 9 that we think of in our, first, I call it the first layer of presentational immediacy. Beta looks like an 8, and rho, which is the 8th prime number, looks like the number 1. Gemel, which is the Greek letter for 3, looks like what we call the number 7. And the 6 and the 3 and the 6, I can't do the same trick. They do not mirror each other. They stay exactly as they should be. They stay the same, the 3 and the 6. Sacred number of the circle, 360 degrees. So I leave epsilon as an epsilon. I didn't do the switch because it's not a mirror of its counterpart. And zeta looks like a 5. When you flip a Z, it's the shape of the number 5. The number 4 is basically the kappa, the K shape. If you break that flag off of the 4 and put it next to the stick, it's basically what we call a number 4 is kappa. And then, phi, which is the number 17, which is the 7th prime number. It looks like the symbol for pi. It doesn't have this bottom part. So you see how it's like the symbol we use for pi, right? But it looks like a Roman numeral 2, its counterpart on the other side. And then I already mentioned that the 19, which is rho, it looks like a 1, which is the counterpart. So what I did was I put the Greek prime numbers in the Enneagram, and then I flipped them with the exception of the 3 and the 6. They stay exactly the same. So yeah, when you mentioned that your ketters, your 7 and your 2 stay the same, that's really powerful because I see that kind of encoded from the Greek primes into the shapes that we use for English numbers and English numerals. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah,
Very interesting.
That was an experiment I did a long time. And that 7 and that 2 that you've discovered, it reminds me of what I found with the 3 and the 6. That the 3 and the 6 that they behave differently than the other numbers. They're kind of an anchor. I think of it as an anchor.
Now, Hebrew is synodextral, and it goes from right to left.
Right.
Greek, however, is dextral, and it goes from left to right. Is that correct?
You're correct. Yes. And I love this story that the Tower of Babel is said to be in the Middle East. Nice. Tower of Babel is said to be in the Middle East. I think there's a Tower of Babel that is the Eye of Quebec, but I'm not going to get onto that. But if the Tower of Babel is all of the language ever built up into a structure, and then it gets struck down and blasts in all directions, and the confounding of tongues spreads across the land, what you're talking about, Indy, about language from the East it reads from east to west, coming back to the Tower of Babel. And language from the west reads from west to east, as though the languages are coming to re-amalgam and reconstruct a universal tongue. And I love that idea.
That's awesome.
This is exactly what I was talking about, where I was looking at the Enneagram as representing the two sets of numbers. One is the 666, the other is the 369.
Right.
And those two, I think, symbolize the progressive structure of expansion into crystallization towards matter. And the 666 represents the Luciferian transcendence of matter, like leaving matter behind, going through the double gate, triple gate, if you will, like back in to, and interestingly enough, when you look at the Venus, the hexagram, right? The hexagram of Venus, then Venus represents the senses. And so when you go into the senses, so this is like a very interesting, like now this relates to meditation techniques and mindfulness. If I want to leave my body, for those of you interested in astral projection, there's a couple of little tidbits here. If you want to learn to leave your body, you don't want to take your consciousness out of your body. You want to put your consciousness so into your body that you transcend your body. So you lie down. The first thing you do is you become so aware of the sense of your skin and the sense of your pressure on your body, the sense of mass in your body, that you actually feel like you become so aware of the body that you no longer feel the body. And when you become so aware of the body that you no longer feel the body, that's when you're starting to leave the body. So, and like if you're playing your drum for a long time, what happens is you become so aware of the vibrations and the resonance in the body that you it starts to become so intense that the body relaxes completely and you end up leaving the body. This is like that Venus thing. And now we understand why the Merkaba is so important. The Merkaba being the hexagram, and the hexagram with the two revolving tetrahedrons representing the water element and the fire element being bound in the status of the air element, which holds the water and the fire together. And so this tetrahedron represents these three cosmic forces, which we could relate to Gabriel as that lower spinning tetrahedron, and Michael as the upper revolving tetrahedron, and Raphael as the combination of the two, which becomes a toric field. The toric field is then aureal. Aur meaning light. Auri meaning of light. Auri El means the El meaning the Aleph Lamet, meaning the potential of prana to be conducted and controlled by the ox goad of Lamet, the scales, and scaled down into mathematics, into calculations, becoming numerations. So the aureal is the of light becoming matter. So there's like the scale of understanding this secret mystical symbol of the hexagram, Venus's hexagram, and why Venus's hexagram is so connected to Saturn. Even though Saturn's number is 8, the octahedron, within the octahedron, when you look at the sacred geometry of the flower of life, you see the hexagram, the hexagonal tetrahedron within the cube. So the cube holds the hexagram, the cube, Saturn's cube, which is once again the hexagram's expression of 6, but still is owned by Saturn because it's all inside the octahedron. That Merkabic influences represent that sensualness, the sensualness of the number 6 going into the senses, going into Venus. Venus representing obviously these deep currents, and that's where it gets rather specifically interesting, because this represents fear. And so what keeps us in our bodies is fear. Anybody that's gotten towards astral projection, you notice that just before you leave your body, your heart right? You notice this. Is it beating fast? Is it going to stop? There's a point where your heart stops. It's scary as hell. It's like, my heart's stopping. It's going so fast, it stops. But when it stops, it's because you're no longer in your body. And so there's that fear that's like, oh no, and you want to pull back into your body and go, oh, okay, I'm still in my body. It's still, my heart's still beating. There's that whole thing with the heartbeat. Anyone that's practiced astral projection will understand what's going on here. And this has got to do with the Merkabic forces of Venus holding you in your body. And so the Venus is what keeps you in your body. The veins, it keeps you in the veins. And Venus's opposite is Mars, that rules the red blood cells running through the veins. And so it's just very interesting how the 3 and the 9, right? The 3 on the other side of the 9 is bound by the 6 in the middle. And so that hexagram becomes like the key, which is why in magical mystical arts, we draw hexagrams. That's why we do a hex, because a hex is what connects the etheric and the astral. And that fundamental hex, even though 108 is 9, 72 is 9, 108 is the astral map, 72 is the etheric map. Together, they're 180. That's the fundamental map. We're still on 9. Even though it's 9, you have to separate from the 9 the 3 in order to liberate the 6. And the 6 is then able to move between the 9 and the 3, because separating the 9 from the 3 gives you the supernal realms, the 3 fundamental potentials of the etheric, the astral, and the Akashic field that you can travel into with the body of light. But this is bound in the 9, and the 9 is holding you into the completion, the foundation of Yeshut, which is Atlas, holding that fundamental world as we often consider. And so Yeshut represents very much a potential of the lunar potential being bound in Mars. The passions that bind you into your body through the blood is held by the foundation, which is your root chakra, which you can relate to Atlas. So it's very interesting when you start to look at like what we're really getting into here as this fundamental separation that you're talking about. I think it's like, it gets me excited, man. It gets my juices flowing.
It makes me think of the Sutra of the Heart. I am no ears, no feet, no hands, no eyes, no mouth. And this, I believe, is a removal from vainglory. You're leaving vainglory behind, and you're becoming simply glory. You know, simply the light, the connective, inspirational vent that inspiration comes through. I got a couple more graphics for you, fellas.
Throw them on, brother. Throw them on. Let's do it.
Let's see.
Trying to keep the stream to 4 hours. Desperately trying to learn to keep it to 4 hours, because my LinkedIn cranks out at 4 hours. It says like, that's it. No more than 4 hours.
Okay. Here we go. So this was a really fun learning experience for me. Am I coming through?
Oh yeah, brother, you're good.
Right on. So yes, in the center is the Enneagram with its planetary associations. And I just want to tell people that when you go online and you look for planetary associations with the Enneagram, again, with everything in the public is a hot scramble. This order of the planets I have found to be the most rewarding. And I do have an urge, like a secret desire to maybe do some rearranging on these planets, but to each their own on that. But this was the first arrangement of the planets on the Enneagram I found. And when I run out and test it, it is the best. I'll just say that. It's the best of what is out there with planetary associations. But
One
then,
of too. We can't really see them with the banner here on my page.
I'm sorry. Say again. What's the question?
Bottom two symbols that I can't see the names down here with the blue.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're
Right.
obscure. You have to scroll it up a little bit.
Let's see. Oh, I don't know if I can. I think we might be kind of StreamYard screwed.
If I can move
Oh.
that banner.
Maybe just like zoom in and pull it up a little bit.
Oh, I see him now. Kai and Sha.
Okay, yeah. Maybe if I do it like that, it makes it smaller, but you can see the Shakai. So these are the 9 Kuji-in. These are the hand mudras of the ninja. And they're actually it's a mantra, it's a phrase. And I just want to relay some of my research. The 9 Kuji-in of the ninja are not exclusive to Japan, not necessarily. And in fact, the 9 Kuji-in, the phrase of it is utilized in India and some parts of China as well. But the tradition of using these hand symbols is rooted in Japan. And so the first hand symbol is Rin, then comes Pyo, then Tho, Sha, Kai, Jin, Ritsu, Zai, Zen. And when I did this research, it was really fascinating to find out what the translation is. And give me 1 second, I'm going to pull up my notes. The translation is a sentence. You could think of this as like when the soldiers are going into battle and they need to summon forth courage, they would say this phrase. And it translates to, all soldiers going to battle are vanguard in formation on the front line, is the translation of this phrase. However, when you translate it to English, we have to rearrange the order of the words, right? Because that's in Japanese, they don't put their nouns before verbs, before objects, right? And so the cool thing, Cosmic, I just wanted to share with you is that even when I translate the order of the words to English, the pyo and the retsu stay as the second word and the 7th word. And so does the Zen. The Pyo, Ritsu, Zen stay the same even when you translate it to another language. And so I think that is that's really cool, because in your graphic, your 7 and your 2 were syncing to each other. They were harmonizing in concord. There was a concord from the 7 to the 2. And even with my studies on the Kuji-un, the same thing happens even when you go from one language to the next. Ain't that cool?
Yeah, man, definitely.
And then this is, oh, go ahead.
No, that was just
okay. All right. Yeah. So, when I do the share screen, I can't see you guys. So just blab out if you got something to say, because I can't see you. But and then Franklin, you and I, we dove into this a couple months back about the Yuga cycles. And when I learned that the Greek muses have correspondence to the 9 Devis, that today is the beginning of the Navaratri cycle, I was deeply intrigued. And so I looked into the Yuga cycle, and apparently with the spring equinox, in Hindu cosmology, we're turning into a new age. Isn't that right, Franklin?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. That's what the whole 9 things is, because basically we're overcoming the evil of the last age and starting a fresh age. And that's what the final day, the 9th day, which is the Siddha, which is the Siddhi being celebrated. That's when all the powers get liberated. So I think the 10 days away from that new beginning, if that makes sense.
Yes, man, it is so profound how just how some of the systems that I'm just experimenting with, they seem to agree very heavily with some of the Hindu assertions of how the timeline and the changing of an age. So essentially, we have been in the number 4 spot right here, right? And here is the 2025 markation in time. And we're going to, I call this the gap of the Pythias. We're going to need the love and we're going to need the code to jump from the 4 to the 5. And the 4th muse is the muse of Thalia. She's the muse of comedy. And the 4th Devi is Kushmanda. And she is the Devi who creates with a smile. And she holds the cosmic egg in her hands. And so in a fascinating way, if my system and this Yuga system agree with each other, it's almost like we're leaving comedy and we're progressing into tragedy. This is the muse of comedy is Thalia, and over here, number 5 is the muse of Melpomene, and she's the muse of the tragics. But what I see happening is, in terms of how the social engineers are fostering acrimony between generations. And I'm understanding now that the recipe for fostering acrimony between generations, something new in the narrative is like Gen Z, Gen X, the millennials, and everybody's being put in. Yeah, they're being put into camps. They're being put into othering. Everybody is othering each other based on their age, based on their aeon. And I think there's a great amount of sovereignty in understanding what's really being said between the lines. And so as we flip from the comedy into the tragedy, what I think happens is, and I might be just speaking from my experience, but a lot of what my elders perceived as tragic, conspiracy culture is revealing that was actually all a big joke. What you thought was tragic, what you thought was serious, what you were shedding tears of in your lifetime, in your generation, well, my generation has come around and we've actually found the documentation that the nukes are a huge hoax. And the film Oppenheimer, which is about the tragedy of what happened in Japan, whatever that really was, the Oppenheimer film has been conveyed to us with the scaffolding of a play from the Greeks. And it's a comedy play. It's not a tragedy play. It's a comedy play. And it's the play called Aristophanes' The Clouds. And the blocking from the Aristophanes, the clouds, the way that the actors move on the stage, you could take all the words out of the play and plug in the dialogue of Oppenheimer. And the actors would still be doing the same choreographed movements from a comedy while saying the words from the film Oppenheimer that is telling us this is a tragedy. But the scaffolding that the film is based on is comedic. And so we're moving out of the age of comedy and into the age of tragedy. Or you could say we're leaving the age of envy and moving into an age of jealousy. But before we get there, we got about 300 years in the wilderness right here, this gap of the Pythias. And something that I think is going to be important, at least more immediately, before we get to the number 5 spot as we're crossing this void, I think we're going to all need the barter system. I think we're going to need to be able to be self-reliant, to make our own goods and services, to be of value to our fellow man. And so whatever art, craft, whatever food or culinary skills, even education and massage, healing modalities, whatever you can do to be self-sufficient, to make yourself the commodity, to be valuable to through the tribal warfare that we're going to have to go through for 300 years to get to the next age. I think the barter system is very important, and I just want to put that on the recommendation list, that whatever you can do to make yourself a self-sufficient commodity, a value to others, that's going to get us through this gap of the 300 years.
Amen
I
to
think
that.
you're completely on point there when it comes to, alternative systems. And I think this gives us the opportunity for me to say what I've been wanting to say for a long time. Like, my ex-wife was like, hey, maybe we should get into the Bitcoin. And this was like more than 2 decades ago, right? And I was like, yeah, you'll make a lot of money. You'll make a lot of money. Okay, we can see this is going to be a thing. But, and I explained it to her then. This must have been about 2005, 2004. Was that when Bitcoin came out? Is that right?
Sounds right.
Something like that. Anyway, it was like many years ago. And I had the money. She was like, maybe we should like buy like 1,000 or 2,000 pounds worth of this Bitcoin. Maybe it's a good idea. And I was like, yeah, but can't you see? They want one world currency because they want a structure that can be managed from the top down. They want everybody operating on one set of codes, whatever that is. They don't care. They just need us all on one thing. And so I've always seen this Bitcoin as like the source of evil my whole life, which is why I don't have any Bitcoin. Like it's like I didn't want to be a part of driving us towards a one world currency. And everybody's like, yeah, well, the thing about Bitcoin, though, is it's like it's independent. It's like, I know, I get it. But how do you get access to it? Through your ISP. Oh, right. Is your ISP independent? No, well, it's controlled by the state. It's national security. So if they want to control your access to Bitcoin, all they got to do is control your ISP, which the ISP have already signed contracts with the government for. So how free are you?
I want to point out how flipping a switch, that's actually the old way of saying whipping your horses. They can turn off your Bitcoin with the flip of a switch.
And choose who has access to money and who doesn't, depending on how good you behave. So they could never do that with cash or with trade. Trade is better than cash because cash, you got some idiot's face. Like, whose face is this anyway? Like, do I care? Like, whose face is this? Like, why is this face valuable to me? But like trade, I've often thought to myself, like, wouldn't it be cool if we went back to an old school form of trade, like silver, gold, copper? Like, you could have a little gram scale and you could literally go to the shop with like copper, gold. So with the price of what gold is worth and copper is worth these days, it's actually quite realistically possible.
Yeah.
Like you got one gold coin, that's like thousands of dollars, right? What is it now? $4,000 or whatever for one gold coin? Like, you got 5 of those, you're walking about 20K in your pocket. It's not a lot to carry when you think about it. So it's like a very interesting concept, but I think like you're so on it. Like, unfortunately, though, everybody is so riding. Are you riding that virtual currency wave, Gabriel, or are you like me?
I'm like you,
dude. Respect, man.
You too.
We could be making money on it, but I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just make money on my own sweat.
Yeah.
I'd rather just do my own work. And you can get money because I know that the system's robbing you. Like, the system's robbing us. That's what's going on. Like, they're deflating money. We can see it. It's a game. But like, what gets me is that the people that buy into Bitcoin cause the people that don't to lose money because the speculation is going away, which causes the currencies to drop, and it forces everybody into that like one world currency, which I think is inevitable. I think there's only so much time until they've got us in it. And so now true. That the trumpeter, oh my gosh, my girlfriend sent me this ridiculous video about the trumpeter and Gaza. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, yes, the one with the bearded trannies on the beach.
What is going on? Like, was this like is this real?
What?
If we're moving out of the age of comedy, then yeah, they really meant it that way. It's totally the last joke. They're trying to get the last laugh before the turning of the age. Yeah, it is exactly as crazy as it seems.
Was that made by the Oval Office?
I don't know. I think democracy is over. I think democracy is over. We're moving into the oligarchical, and whatever we tried to describe the system with words before, we don't have words for the new system coming on. So we're trying to describe it as like, did that come from the Oval Office? Probably came from the mothership. The Oval Office is, the Dark Knight satellite now.
Incredible. Like I'm thinking about democracy, and I'm like something's wiggling in my mind. I want to just check the meaning of the word rasi.
The
What
rule
is
of
rasi?
The rule of the mob. That's right, Indy.
yeah.
I got.
Yeah, we haven't been a democracy since like 1802 when the Brits came back and took the country back, and then destroyed the 13th Amendment that they had made and hid all the records of it. So we don't know that we're only a colony now. But we don't have a prime minister like every other country in the world. And what are states? We don't have any provinces.
Totally. The spider that swallowed the fly was a long time ago.
Right. Man, they've been stringing us along.
Yeah. I got one more graphic. But tell me what you got, Franklin. What are you finding?
Well, I'm trying to find the word demark. Now, I know that demark, okay, it's just from living in India. So demark means, like I used to say to people, Tamara demark karape hoga, koi acha nahi. Means your brain is rotting. It's something I used to say to people. Sometimes, like, when people come to, I was like, people want to like charge you a ridiculous amount for this apple. I mean, dude, your brain is rotting, dude. Like, I'm never gonna give you that for an apple. Like, seriously, like, it's not gonna happen, But so the mark means your mind or your brain, and I'm trying to see the specific of it, but basically that's what it means. The mark. So the mark and the rasi. Now rasi, and I just wanted to confirm that it's got to do with where your planets are. So your rasi is where your planets are. So demark means the planets are all in the mind at the moment. We're living, democracy is about moving us out of the body into a virtual realm in the mind. If we look at it like transliterated from those words, which I just find really quite curious and interesting.
Yes, that really pings hard on a revelation I had just this week that Theo Resh, conspiracy theories, right? The word theories.
Yeah.
Theo means planets, racers, gods, and Resh means head.
Yeah.
And so Theo Resh kind of means Godhead. And so
that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and so when we theorize together, we're giving ourselves the divine authority to reshape reality just for the sake of this conversation, right? We're playing Godhead to theorize together.
And even the word rise, Theo, rise, to rise up into the head, or theor and eyes, theory, eyes.
Yes.
So whichever way you look at it, it's rising up into the head, it's the eyes in the head, or the resh in the head. It all seems to like, there's just too many little.
Yeah, it's a divine meeting of the minds. That's what this round table is all about.
Hey, brother, absolutely. And while we're here, I mean, I think this is really interesting. It was mentioned to me that you did a show with Zerilat mapping. What did you guys recently map on to the Enneagram? Was it the film, that crazy mountain film with all the people running around dressed like crazy hiffies, like escaped from the 70s? They look like porn stars. Is that the porn star movie? Like,
dude, that film is off the wall. I totally recommend. It is we had to break it into 2 parts. I think only 2 parts. It's like 3 hours each, and we went through the Holy Mountain by Jodorowsky. I always screw that guy's name up, but he was a film producer who was on the rise. And he came to a place of prominence, and he's very controversial because he's hypersexual, but he came to a position of prominence in his career arc where John from the Beatles, John Lennon, was paying attention to this guy's career. And John Lennon says, I'm going to give this guy $1 million and I'm going to let him go bonkers on a movie. And so Jodorowsky took $1 million from John Lennon and produced The Holy Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And this film is totally off the wall. And I'm beside myself with like, do I recommend it? Well, I don't think I recommend it to just anybody and everybody. But if you want to have a totally psychedelic adventure into the mind of the high occult, then take this journey. And if you need somebody to steward you through, if you need some psychopomps to steward you through the adventure, come and watch what Zaralath and I did when we did a 6-hour breakdown, 2-parter of the Holy Mountain, because immediately I was able to find us on the map of the Zodiac and realize that he's walking the circle like Bagua, Xing Yi. He's walking the circle of the Zodiac, and he's using artifacts of the heavens in the scenery of the film. And this Jodorowsky guy is a huge acolyte of Oscar Ichazo's Enneagram. He's also probably using Gurdjieff, because at the end of the film, the director is in the film. And by the end of the film, he assumes more and more. He becomes the likeness of Gurdjieff. And at the very end, he has a closing scene where he breaks the fourth wall. They flip the tables, just like Christ flips the tables on the money changers. I just want to say, flipping the tables on the money changers, this is the table in the sky. This is the theoretical table in the realm of forms that Plato talks about. Every time they told you that, oh, there's a perfect table in the realm of forms, but it's not really here. We just use the word table nous. Well, you take that noose and you cast a lasso up into the sky and you grab a hold of the alpha, the largest table concept there is in the realm of forms. And when you flip it upside down, the geometry of this constellation is the geometry that makes the Enneagram. The bottom half of our Altair constellation, when you flip that table and then turn it, you get the shape of the heptad of the Enneagram. And that is the culminating scene of the Holy Mountain film. So yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I really love the work that Zaralath and I laid out. And I highly recommend people go to Zaralath Immortal and get some, y'all. It is juicy, but only for the adventurous of heart.
You know, I haven't watched that film. I saw it once, like a long time ago. And I thought, no, dude, this is a bit much. Like, I wasn't like ready for this. It was the wrong time. I was like looking for something to chill with. I was like, this isn't chill. This is like intense. Like,
No.
it's also a long film, isn't it? Am I right?
Yes.
Certainly.
It's not a film you can just watch if you got like an hour and a half to kill. I think you need like 2 or 3 hours to watch that film. You need to like set aside, like, okay, this is what I'm doing today.
It was great. Thank you for reminding me of that. I might even go back and watch it my damn self. You know, there were so many notes and so much analysis, and I think it brings up in other people a lot of inspiration when we're working through these key ingredients of the esoteric. I think a lot of people get their own gears and their own juices flowing in a major way.
And that brings us to the Enneagram, like bringing full circle back to the Enneagram. I keep thinking of 3 cycles of 3. Like whenever I think of 3 cycles of 3, I think of like, okay, so there's something that I've done before, and where is it? There we go. So I'm going to share a thing which I've shared before, which basically, this is the 7 principles of Hermes. But I think like it's sort of like a little bit fundamental when we're looking at how, I'll try not to get caught up in it too long a notion. But so here we've got like, you know, the first sphere, the sphere of inspiration of the mind. Then we've got the sphere of intuition. Then we've got the sphere of memory. So and memory seems to be an overlap between the first sphere containing the the Trinity, and the second sphere containing another reflection of the same Trinity, and the third sphere containing another reflection of the same Trinity. But these three spheres, the etheric, the astral, and the causal, three worlds, like the etheric existing within the astral, existing within the causal, they are linked like a chain. And where they're linked like a chain is will. So the will represents the world that exists within the astral and the world that exists within the etheric. And the memory represents the memory that exists within the astral and the memory that exists within the akasha, or the causal. And so this is why we're able to, through the memory, experience past life, right? And memory of the future, prophecy. And this is why the will is able to bring energy from the astral plane into the etheric plane to change the structure of the etheric plane. In other words, change matter. So magic works through either the world's extension towards matter or the world's extension towards memory, whereby it becomes a hyperdimensional link. And so this represents that two that Cosmic was talking about, or that second, where this represents like becoming two. So the will of the astral is not the same as the will of the etheric. So will is bipolar in a sense. Memory is also, and I think it's really interesting when we see how the 7 principles overlay fit into the 9 of the Enneagram. And I think we're really hitting something interesting, because we were talking about the number 4 and the number 7. And so that to me is like something quite fundamental. These memory and the will seem to be this overlap that we notice in numerology or in various different concepts. Even if we're studying the planets, the way in which the Neptune and Uranus seem to come into the picture, which I find is rather fascinating, because it's like, for some reason, there seems to be, to me, this idea that Neptune and Uranus are part of our solar system, but I think they are and they aren't. And this is why the number 2 and the number 7 are connected, and the number 1 and the number 4 are connected, because 4 I see as being having that pull with the sun. So the even the traditional color of, if we look at solar energy, traditionally it was yellow. They tell us in modern times it's orange, right? But orange traditionally was Mercury. Still in India today, orange is Mercury. This is why the saints wear orange robes. The saffron robes represent the mercurial principle, and the mercurial principle represents freedom. And so the number 5 represents freedom, emancipation, which is like that, the freedom to travel, the freedom to just go out of your locked up structure that you're stuck in. Or 4 becomes like a prison, which represents not being alive in the end. And then that life of 5 is to free yourself from the prison of 4, because all our beliefs was like little. And so they want us stuck in 4. And the way they keep us stuck in 4 is by implying 8 upon us. And 8 is the law, legality. So when we think of that legislation, it's all about contraction, the contraction of Saturn. And the contraction of Saturn involves signing contracts. And the signing of contracts keeps us stuck in the financial system. And the financial system, basically, in the old times, I think the first trading was to do with Saturnian cults. Am I right or wrong?
Yes. Yep. And contracts lock you into future behavior. It's like time control.
Yeah, so there's something quite like interesting. I think we can like really equate the Ennead to the hexagram. We can equate the Ennead, like when we look at the hexagram, like we were talking about the Merkaba and how that relates to the 3 and the 9. And so it brings the Trinity into the Ennead through the operations of the 6, but then it also whispers about the 7. And then when we look at this other symbol, like so this other image, have I still got it up here? I hope I have. No, I don't have it on here anymore. That other image I thought was really, really, really fascinatingly interesting, because it relates to, like you were saying, you keep seeing a 5 in it. And yeah, it should be popping up in a second. Like, you look at this and you want to see a 5.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I look at this, I see a 5, I'm breaking it. No, it's not a 5. I see a 5. No, it's not a 5. It's like you keep stumbling over that hidden 5.
Totally.
And that hidden 5, well, isn't that like in the center of the Enneagram?
Did you guys end up seeing the 2 pentagrams in here?
Yes, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The bottom one has kind of like a little influx on the bottom line, but for a long time I couldn't see it, and then it just showed up to me all of a sudden.
Nice.
It looks like I'm seeing 5 of them. Like, if my brain just steps back, I'd say there's one there, there's one there. There's just all these pentagrams everywhere, pentagons everywhere, but they're like deviously hidden. And when you really look at it, and it's not, it's almost. And the moment you realize it's not, you see another one.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
On it goes. Your brain just can't keep up with it's like standing next to a crowd thinking you're recognizing someone, but you didn't. Like when you've had like a lot of really good cannabis, right? It's like, oh, there goes John. No. Oh, that's Sue. No. You know.
Oh man, that reminds me. One time I was in South Carolina, and I thought I saw a friend of mine who lives in Indiana, and it looked just like my friend, and I ran up and jumped on their back. And it was not my friend. It was somebody who looked just like him, even wearing the same coat and everything. I jumped on their back, and they turned around and looked at me, and I said, I tried to flip the script on them before they said anything. I said, wait a second, you're not Michael. It made it sound like it was their fault.
Oh, no.
How dare you walk around looking like Michael? What do you think you're doing?
Right.
Before he could even ask the question. Yeah, totally. I tried to make it like it was their fault. Jumped right on his back, and then turns around. What the fuck? You're not Michael. What are you doing looking like Michael?
Oh my goodness. That's quite hysterical.
The worst is when you put your hand on someone's shoulder and it's a woman, and she turns around and you go, oops. Like, you know where to look. Like, sorry, I really thought you were my good friend, because this happened to me before, like in a club or something, and you go, hey sweetheart, and she looks at you and you go, I'm not actually just grabbing you and trying to but yeah, no, I relate, man. I relate.
So it's
interesting how the mind works.
I got a couple more graphics to share. And some of this is kind of teasing some ideas that I've elaborated on my channel recently. So for more on this, come on over to Stick Distant on YouTube. And this is the concept of Leviathan and Behemoth. And these concepts are elucidated in Plato's Republic more thoroughly. This is a brief synopsis of Leviathan is a maritime naval force, and this is a form of government is called Leviathan. And Leviathan is number 4 in the Enneagram. And Democritus, a mocking philosopher, is also correspondent to.
Is it just me?
A little bit.
Uh-oh.
Try just to talk a little slow. I don't know why. It's kind of going fast and slow. I don't know why. It's kind of going fast forward and then jumping.
Yeah, it sounds.
Have you got your image? If you take a moment to pick up the image, maybe the web will catch up.
Now?
Still crackly. I don't know. Maybe it could be in your jack on the headphone jack of the mic.
Oh, okay.
It sounds good.
I think I got it.
Yeah.
Here. Okay. Yeah, I think I got it.
Yep.
Okay, that was a learning experience. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yes. Okay, so yes. In Plato's Republic, they elucidate more thoroughly on this topic, on the different forms of governance. And I think a lot of times these extremely important ideas, they become sensationalized over time until it becomes almost a mythology, and everybody just thinks that it's monsters and demons and fantasy. But this is kind of bringing it down to the mundane and the actual tangible theory that these monsters are built out of. So Leviathan is on our left-hand side, and in Plato's Republic, they explain how this Leviathan, that's the infernal name for envy, the number 4 in the Enneagram. Democritus was called the mocking philosopher, the laughing philosopher. And the individual number 5 is also very correspondent to the concept of how democracy works in a lot of fun ways. So Leviathan is democratic, and that is mob rule, like you were saying, Indy, right?
Mhm.
And yep. And so Leviathan is a governing system. I think we've been under for a long time. And keep Jordan Maxwell's work in mind. You know, the idea that if you want sovereignty, you need to be land-based. You need the common law to support your standing, to give you your footing, to be to have standing in a courtroom. You need the earth under your feet. But if you go in there and you just go willy-nilly with their presumption, then you're out in the open waters. And this is because Leviathan has captured our court system, and that is mob rule. And so this is a list of how Leviathan operates, but it's not as either or as we think. It's not like all of a sudden the land is gone and everything's under the water, because Behemoth is a different form of government, and it is still here. And even in America, we still have Behemoth-based military forces. We have the Army, the Air Force, and the Marine Corps. They are still upholding this ideological divide. And in Behemoth, they are autocratic and oligarchic. And they are very militaristic as a society, versus over in Leviathan, it's a society based on liberal freedoms. And so I am of the opinion that a lot of the LGBT elemental Q that was throttled from the drug-fueled 60s has kind of run its course, and it's time to put Leviathan in check. And all of the strong trading power and dependency on mercantilism, I think it is coming to just a tipping of the scales out of Leviathan. I think we are moving into oligarchy. And with this exchange, there's always good news and bad news. There's just trade-offs. And so this is a list of some of the trade-offs as we move into the new system of power. We're going to be moving into a more land-based. And those of you who have done your homework on the sovereignty movement, this is good news. It sounds shitty, and it probably is, but there is good news under all that shittiness. And that is that we're coming back to a land-based system that is more militaristic, and it has more focus on self-sufficiency. And the best part, agriculture. We're going to move into more potency in agriculture. And that is totally lending to what I said earlier about a barter system. You need to be your own farmer, you need to be your own provider, and you need to find the abundance right under your feet and start growing and canning. And that's
very interesting. I'm just looking at this word, Leviathan. So Aton or Aton was wasn't that, who was it that did it? Let me just check here quickly. It was Akhenaton in the, well, according to their time scale. I don't believe any time scales, but it was Akhenaton who made Aton the state religion. Right?
Yes.
And that was the solar disk that was, everybody was forced to worship. So religion. And then Levi, or the Levites, that's the priest caste of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, buddy. So
religion.
Yeah.
We're moving out of religion into the next thing.
Yes. And I do believe, I think you could say, like, so Leviathan is if it does have a tendency towards monotheism, that the mob rules, the mob determines what the god is of the age, isn't it interesting that monotheists label anybody who's not in monotheism, they name them pagan, and pagan means inlander. And look right here in front of your very eyes, the system of the land-based power is behemoth. And so in a strange way, are we moving out of monotheism into a more pagan, earth-based pantheon? Will the polyvalent, multiple perspective paradigm have a resurgence? I hope so. I hope so. So I just wanted to share that I think we are, while we hear the word autocracy and oligarchy, it does suck. It's going to be a lot of growing pains, but there is good news under that. And it is that hopefully you know how to plant your seeds and grow some shit. And then this is the Navaratri, fellas. Right here, I've tracked the 9 days. Each one of these squares is one of the Devis from the Navaratri, and I'm actually tracking the moon's placement. I'm tracking the progress of the moon. And so right now, the moon is pretty much at this equinox line with Shailaputri's first day. And then it progresses into Brahmakarini is tomorrow. And then after that comes Chandraghanta, which is April Fool's Day, by the way. Chandraghanta is April Fool's Day. There's some medicine involved in Chandraghanta. And then we go to Kushmanda is the comedian, she who creates with a smile. Then Skandamata is kind of the tragedian. She's got a baby on her lap. Then we go to Katyayani. And Katyayani is the number 6 Devi. And I've gone through the endocrine system, and I believe that estrogen has to do with the number 6, and even the amygdala, which means a tower, but it also means, I think estrogen means almond shaped. And so Moana is totally representing the divine feminine, and she's got a paddle that is almond shaped. It's also a tower, which the word Magdala means tower. She's got this paddle. And then after her comes Kalratri. And Kalratri, I believe, has much to do with natural disasters, but natural disasters just happen on their own. But if you know what they're up to with the geoengineering, they have converted Kalratri into an industry that we call natural disaster capitalism. They have captured the spirit, this nature spirit of shit happens and there's no way to insure against it. And they have reappropriated the power of Kalratri and turned it into the insurance. And now I just want to float a theory. I'm not set on this. I reserve the right to be wrong. But the antagonist of the Devis is the Yashuras. I fully believe that the insurance industry is really running this world. And the insurance is highly antagonistic to the human spirit. Bureaucracy is completely anti-intellectual. I think of bureaucracy and insurance as a high enemy of all of us. And so Kalratri, and shit happens and you cannot insure it, has been captured by the Yashuras. And so while people look at Kalratri and they say, oh, Kalratri is evil, I'm like, no, the natural disaster capitalism is evil. And insurance is the enemy of natural inspiration, of these natural truths. They've captured most of these systems. Then comes Mahagauri. She is the muse of dance, is Terpsichore, but she dresses in white, and the kids dance in white on her day. And then on the 9th and final day is Siddhidatri. But I want to go back to Kalratri, fellas, real quick. This location is where the sun was on July 13th. July 13th was the summer Navaratri cycle. And on July 13th, Chump got shot in the ear. And so on this Navaratri cycle, the moon is going to pass through the scarred planet of Mars in the same place where the sun was when Chump got shot in the ear. And I think the natural disaster capitalism is kind of pointing at this this particular day and time. So I'm not predicting future outcomes, but I'm just putting it on the map that we are moving towards a replay, a relapse of past theatrical traumatic events. So yeah, I just wanted to put that on everybody's map. And then Kalratri, doesn't she look just like Maui? And
Like who?
Maui from Moana. Have you seen Moana?
Is it?
Oh, you're talking. Yeah. I see with the hair. The hair.
Yeah. So when I did the endocrine system onto the Enneagram, it was testosterone that comes into the number 7. Testosterone and number 7, enthusiast with a shadow of gluttony. But so if testosterone does correspond to the number 7, testosterone is a desire for excelling, a desire to conquer. It's the desire for conquering and to be seen as heroic. Well, Maui is tattooed strong. He's got tattoos. He's super strong. The word testosterone is embodied in the twilight symbolism of what Maui is. He's tattooed strong.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. 7 is known to be like the integration of earth and blood, with the number 4, with sky and soul with the number 3. So
yeah, buddy. Yeah.
Strength.
Big fun, y'all. Happy Navaratri. Thanks for letting me pontificate with my little graphics here. I love it.
Thanks for dropping
That's
it on.
very interesting, because when we look at the lunar, the moon, the lunar has always been related to the ovaries, and so the sun would then also be related to testosterone.
Yeah.
Right. Like the moon and the eye of Ra and the eye of Isis.
Yes. Yep. And the sun gets all the attention. When the sun comes up, he's the only actor on the stage. He's like, he's strictly monologuing. And the moon gets along with all the abundance and all the variations. Yeah. And the moon is so prone to change, right? It's the most shifty.
Yeah. That's very interesting. And she gets renewed every month. She has a periodic renewal, a new moon, and it happens every month, like clockwork. In fact, like it's a very interesting point. Like, I think in modern times, women aren't as tuned into the moon as what they used to be because of media, because of technology. I think because of light, because that extra light at night, I think it affects the woman's menstrual cycle. But now we're living in artificially lit situations. So women aren't, maybe in the older days, women were a lot more in tune with the moon because of the way it's going to affect your melatonin, right? The melatonin, the amount of light at night when you're going to sleep, how much light is there? And if you were living outside, or you were living in like natural thing where there wasn't much light, when the stars come out, there'd still be so much light. And so it's very interesting. Like when we look at how the hormonal system in the eyes, wire into our systems, and all the hormones seem to be regulated by this melatonin, which obviously regulates the thyroid, which regulates all of the endocrine system. But that's interesting, when I think if we start looking at testosterone, because testosterone also relates to your bones. Like men's testosterone is related to their bone health. Like, you want to get a boner?
Right, totally.
Want to get a boner? You need testosterone to get a boner. And that testosterone's also got to do with bone density.
Yeah.
So the more testosterone, the more dense, the more bone density, the more physically strong you're going to be.
Yeah, that's why I love punching bags.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Do you have one?
Yes. The one I have right now is kind of sad, but I actually have a body count of broken punching bags in my history. Just like you guys remember in Marvel Avengers when Captain America is punching on a punching bag and he breaks it, and then he takes it off the hook and he throws it on a pile of punching bags. I actually have approximately the same number. I have about 5 punching bags I've broken, but the one I have right now is kind of weak. I'm embarrassed how small it is.
I want to get one, but I don't have anywhere I can mount it that I'm not going to break something.
It's hard. It's hard. You fuck up the whole house if you're not careful.
Yeah, because the walls, and if you're gonna keep pounding it, you're gonna like start making little cracks. And I'm renting this house. I'm like, oh my gosh, like I need to, apparently you can get these big balls that you fill with water.
Yeah. And are they on a string that's tied above and below?
No, I think it's just it's
Okay.
on the ground.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's
Something
a
I
massive
love.
thing.
I love to have my punching bag with a spring, like have a chain going up and then a spring before you attach it to the house. And it gives the bag the third or fourth dimension of movement. So it actually bobs and weaves with you. It kind of ducks and bobs.
That probably
so, yeah.
takes down the tension on the ceiling too, or on the rafters.
Yeah, makes it way more lifelike. And my favorite of all, this was at the YMCA in Boulder. They had their punching bag on almost, I would say, 15-foot rope. It was on a 15-foot rope, which means it had range. It could actually move around with me on a huge field. And that thing was so much fun. And it was so soft. It was so soft. It felt great to lean into it. And so I have a Muay Thai flying Superman punch with a strike range of about 15 feet. And I can land with the punch, but I've learned how to land it with the elbow, because the elbow is like 10 times harder. And it is crazy to see. But yeah, you could just go from standing and then you do this Muay Thai Superman jump and you just come in hard. It's so dangerous. It's so dangerous. I'm lucky to still be intact.
Whoa. You go
Yeah,
flat out.
man.
Totally. It's insane. It's insane. Have you guys seen the video on YouTube about I think it's titled "Why You Don't Show Off in a Fight," and it's a capoeira guy versus just a street fighter, and the capoeira guy is doing a bunch of flips and handstands and showing off. He's got beautiful dreadlocks. He's like going through all these moves, and he's posturing. He's totally posturing for like 30 seconds. And then he starts to flip and flop towards the dude who hasn't moved this whole time. And just when he comes out of his flip, the dude who was not posturing does a Muay Thai jump punch and hits him right in the minute. And capoeira guy goes down on his face. And the mechanics of that punch, it's very condensed. It's very short. It's very brief, the way he executes. But he jumps off of the back leg in a weird way. It's totally Muay Thai technology. You can take what he did and you can extend it at least 15 feet, maybe longer for some of us. But you can take his move that he did in a couple feet and you can launch across the room with it. Yeah, I'll have to do an instructional video on that someday. That would be really fun.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. It just looks cool.
Well, that's what I learned. Like when I was when you know, I thought like, oh, it's like you gotta look good, you gotta look good, you got no. It was my dad who taught me. Actually, he was like, no, dude, no. My dad was the old street fighter. He was like, no, dude, you just want to get in there, you know,
right?
Practical, grounded. I think that's the interesting perspective, like that we've lost in our modern age, where we've become so cerebrally oriented. And so you talk about virtue signaling, and if it's not one form of signaling, another kind of signaling. We are so obsessed with our appearance the way we look, the way we're dressed, the way we come across, the way we sound, the way what people think of us, that we've forgotten the fundamentals, like the baseline things. I think it sort of crosses into many avenues of life and different aspects of our society that causes us to become, I think, jaded by our own
vainglory.
That was actually one of those 7 things that was mentioned on that guy. I forget that we mentioned earlier. One of the 8 things. That 8th thing is that
Vainglory. Was it vainglory?
Yes. Yes. Isn't that interesting?
Very much. Something I think on what we're saying. I think that it is a human instinct when we watch theatrical art, we associate with the subject. We put ourselves sympathetically into the art. And that is just a reflex. We just do it. And there's, no judgment. It's just part of the human compulsion to sympathize with art. But I think understanding vainglory allows us not to get drawn into the art so much and to stay objective and removed when we're engaging in these displays of human behavior.
That's very interesting. Vainglory. It's like a combination between 7 and 8.
It is.
Yeah.
Good call.
Like it's it's interesting. I think like when we're so introverted in this modern society that we extrovert because we don't really speak openly anymore. Maybe in the old days, people spoke more openly, more plainly. And I've noticed it, in our generations, we can see it, right? Like when we were younger, people just said what they thought. No?
Yeah.
Adults, younger generation. In this modern generation we're living in, with all of these different gen this, gen that, gen, all that rubbish. Like what people say, everybody else is putting them into a box really quickly. Oh, you're gen that, you're this, you're that. And it seems to me that we've become so accustomed to having to guard our backs because everybody's out to get everybody more than what it was in the old days. Like in the old days, you went next door for a cup of sugar, right? kind of thing,
Yeah.
These days, it's like if your neighbor comes to your door, there's a problem. They're coming to complain.
That's so funny. Yeah, you're totally right.
The music is too loud. Your dog's barking. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Totally. As a furniture mover, I learned that so often people will live in a home for a long period of time and never actually meet their neighbors. But strangely enough, on the day that they move out, all of a sudden their neighbors come and show up and have interest to be like, oh, hey, you're moving. That's so bad. And it's almost like, hey, I never got to know you. And I'm going to try to do it on your moving day while you're busy. And I'm going to kind of try to fit it all in at the end. And so because I've seen that happen in so many people's lives, I think it's good advice that when somebody moves in, take that first step. Be the first one to welcome them. Make yourself, the ally to the new kid on the block. There's a lot of power in that because I think it's way better to at least say hi when they come into the neighborhood than it is to try to make up for lost time when they're leaving, because it actually kind of looks like you're happy they're going to leave. You know what I mean? If you wait till their moving day to come and try to get to know them. So yeah, that's kind of the old way, is you bring a warming gift to their new home. I think that's very useful, especially if we're going into an age of self-reliance.
It's interesting how we've become so detached, like from a magical perspective. 9 carries 8's vibration, and 9's vibration is bound in 1, and 1 becomes 2, and 2 becomes 3. They're all carrying each other's thing. So your neighbors you're carrying some of their vibration and they're carrying some of yours. So if your neighbor moves in and you give them something that makes them more lucky,
Yeah,
you're getting more lucky.
totally. Totally.
We've forgotten that like little fundamental thing where everybody's like out. This is what I mean. Everybody's out for themselves. Like I remember, like you say, I remember moving into a new house when I was 3 years old, 3, 4, before I turned 4. And I remember like we're getting there, and before we've even moved in, my dad was like the proactive dude, right? Like we went to like go and meet everybody in the road. Like everybody, like went, like dad comes around, like, hey, hi, we're moving in there. Like before we've even moved in, he was like, you know, the. But that was, I think, much more normal in those days. It must have been. So by the time you move in, you already know who all your neighbors are, you know, and it just seems like to me to make so much sense, like that we would be like that, and there's definitely something lost. There's definitely something lost, and I think that like what's been lost is sort of is quite sadly being reflected in the younger generation. And I'm often complaining about the younger generation. It must be a sign of age, huh?
Totally. Totally. You know, I always make a point when my daughter and I visit my grandmother, I point out how classy my grandmother is. Because it's my responsibility to pass that to my daughter. And one thing I always make a point of admiring in my grandmother so that my daughter can hear me admire it. I always point out, watch how grandma comes to the door and watches us drive away. Watch how she walks us to the door and she watches the car and she's still at the door waving when we drive out of sight. And that is the kind of common courtesy that I think is very important, that at least my daughter has a taste for those old ways, you know, the truly honoring those formalities, those beautiful formalities.
I'm teaching my son that.
That's great.
Like
that's great.
To go and help close the door for my girlfriend or my mom. You know, it's like what you do. You go, you close, like put them in the car, close the door, say bye, watch them go, wave. Like it's you know, like you say, like it's up to us to get the younger guys like, oi, this is how it's done. Forget all this other crap around you. They're not doing it right. This is how it's done. This is how it's been done for generations and and it wasn't broken. This new shit's all broken.
Yep.
Like it's basically what it is. And like, look, Mom, I broke society.
That's right. Yeah, whatever we could do to keep the honor system and chivalry, at least the seeds of it alive, so it can, flourish again when we're gone.
And interesting, we look at the word Shiva.
Totally.
Isn't that interesting? Shiva, Alri, Shiva, Alri, Enri, Alri. Very interesting. You know, I never really saw that before, but there must be a reason for that Shiva being in there, because it has to do with the power of the spirit, right? When a man devotes himself to a woman specifically, he humbles himself at the feet of the divine feminine, and then he's more likely to become bonded with the feminine and masculine, more likely to find strength in his masculinity. Like the power, the root powers are more likely to awaken within us. And this is something that I've observed. Like I was talking to a guy on the mountain. It was yesterday morning. Wow. No, it was this morning. What am I saying? Yesterday morning. It feels like yesterday morning. It was this morning. Because we climb the mountain every day. And this one neighbor, like we often stop and talk to people because it's a community, you know, everybody. And so I didn't see him in a while. So we ended up having a bit of a long conversation. And one of the things that we were talking about is exactly these things, that like what's been missing. And now my brain's rummaging around trying to must keep the thread. Basically, he had a dog watcher there looking after his dog, right? And they didn't look after his dog. And I was like, dude, they didn't take your dog for a walk on the mountain. His back's onto the mountain. I was like, dude, I come here every morning. You know that, bro. Your dogs did not leave the house. He was like, I knew it. I could smell the pee everywhere, you know? And I was like, yeah, dude, you need to get that dog watcher. Like, you must, you know, because like they went away on holiday and they had a dog watcher there who was staying in the house and looking after the dogs. Supposed to take all they're going to do is open the back gate and walk onto the mountain. Like, why wouldn't you want to? And I was saying to him, I take my son to the beach every morning and he's the only kid on the beach. I'm like, what? This is like Simon's done. There's loads of people who live here. There's other kids. No, people don't bother to get up that extra hour or couple of hours early before work and take their kids on the beach. Like what kind of a world are we living in? And everybody's like, yeah, you and your son are always like on the beach. You're always on the mountain every morning. I'm like, yeah, damn straight. I'm going to wake up at 6 to make it happen because like he's only a kid once. But the thing is, he's the only kid that climbs the mountain every day. Very rare to see other children on the mountain. And sadly, it's very rare to see other children on the beach for sunrise once in a while.
You know, that reminds me of Bobby Knight, the coach for for Indiana University. One time in a press conference, they said, you know, Bobby, all of your basketball players are getting straight A's in school. And we think because you're the exception to the rule, we think we should give you a reward. And Bobby was like, you're going to give me a reward for doing the bare minimum? I don't think I deserve a reward for doing the bare minimum. And that's just speaking to people's expectations, and their standards are so low that by just achieving the bare minimum, he's going to win something. He wants to be rewarded for doing the exceptional, for taking it beyond that standard. Yeah.
And that brings us to an interesting point: competition. They've taken competition out of the agenda, and so I think competition has got to do with competency. Remove competition and you remove competency. And so we're becoming a nation or a world of incompetent people who are very good at trading Bitcoin. Everybody's really good at making money out of Bitcoin, but like, what can we do? You know, and all people seem to be good at these days operating software that's going to be defunct very soon, right? Most people in their jobs. So what do you do? Well, I run this software, and then like 2 years later, well, that software is now being shelved. There's a better software. And 2 years later, that software has been. So, in other words, what did you learn your whole year? Well, I learned to use that software that was thrown in the bin. Then I learned to use that software that was thrown in the bin. Then I learned to use that software that was thrown in the bin. And now I'm using this software, which will be thrown in the bin. So, by the end of your life, what did you learn?
A series of re-education camp techniques.
Man, it's a ridiculous world we're living in. Listen, it's been absolutely an honor having you. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you, everybody that's been watching the show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys had a good one. For those of you that don't know Slick Dissident's channel on my thing, you'll find him in my recommended channels. Go and check him out. He's got a whole series of really interesting videos. His Enneagram series, as well as his other interview series and everything else. He does lives. He does a lot. So, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you, dear brother Indie Sage, as always, bringing your sagely, beautiful energy. Cosmic, thank you, dear brother, for your lovely revelations. That system of yours needs to be put onto YouTube, Cosmic. You really need to.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way to, like, you know, get to work, get a good camera, all that. I think I want to, like, maybe like start writing essays and like put them on a website or somewhere. I have all these like thoughts and these ideas, and I think if I can just like, and then maybe I get out, you know, some. I was thinking maybe what I should do is like write a lot of short pieces and then kind of try to combine them into a larger like book or something like that. So I've been thinking like a lot of like philosophical ideas. I should write this down.
Can I make a very simple suggestion for you?
What?
Are you using Windows?
Yeah, I use Windows.
Windows 11.
Windows 10. I don't bother
So you
upgrading
just
to
all you
11.
do is you just open Clipchamp,
Mm,
and all
I
you
think I
do with
have that.
Clipchamp is you
I think I have that.
Yeah, you just open Clipchamp, and then on the top left corner, you click Add Media, and then you click Add Images, and then you drag that and put it down on the bottom. You say how long you want it for. Then you click Add, and then it will go for voice recording.
Mm-hmm.
You click Record, and you can even make the recordings on your phone if you want, but it's easy to just do it on your computer.
Mm-hmm.
Record your voice, click it, drag it and put it there, and on the bottom you just make the picture stay there as long as you want it to, and the voice clip there, and just keep adding voice clips and then adding pictures, and then you just talk, and then by the end you've made a video.
Yeah, I guess I could do that, but I'm also about I want to make a good presentation. I think that's important.
No, absolutely, but you'll be surprised how good that will be if you've got your images and you're talking about the images, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you just put up a slide just as like an introduction to your system, because you're going to need to show that, and it's so easy to use Clipchamp.
Yeah.
Does the job.
Cosmic, let me know when you do that, man. Put a little notice over on my telly. I want to see it because I love what you did today. That was so cool that you spun that up on the fly.
Yeah.
You can try to make it short of that little work that you were talking about there, and the little chart that you made and everything.
Yeah, totally. Definitely.
Yeah. So I do have a show coming up on Friday, the 11th of April with Emily Moyer and Chris Miner. We're going to get together and weave. So I hope everybody can come and join us on that. And that's pretty much all that's on my horizon coming forward.
Friday the 11th. Well, big love. And I'll be doing a show on next Sunday, which is actually the roots of shamanism. For those of you that are interested, we're going to be looking at I have a real bee under my bonnet about the propaganda that's been put out here by a language which is 500 years old, and the word shaman comes from that language. But there you can track it in old Chinese, you can track it in Sanskrit, you can track it in languages that are very ancient, and there's some kind of propaganda that's been put out here.
Yeah,
like
buddy.
They don't want us to know how universal shamanism is.
Bro, we're all showmen. We're all showmen.
Big love, man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Big respect.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, brothers. Have an absolutely amazing day. Keep smiling, keep shining, keep rising, and don't forget, life's short, so make it count on the Enneagram.
Yeah.
Big love, everybody.
Much love.